hello, Jususterman and Dennis. How's it going? Hope all is well. Jususterman, what's going to happen today is it's going to be a Theorycraft stream. And I am going to update all of my builds that I can. Like, refine them or update them for Wrath of the Righteous. And then tomorrow, on my day off, and Friday, I will be refreshing my memory on 2nd edition D&D stuff. And when that happens, hopefully, come Saturday, it will be no longer tied. If, for some reason, it is still tied on Saturday, then I will flip a coin on stream using like a coin flip generator or whatnot online. And I will go with whatever the result of that is. So that is the plan. Now, I am still trying to get set up a little bit, as I did just wake up. So let me move this over here, minimize that. Almost wishing for that coin flip now, just so that you'd know what I was playing, or... I'm thinking about doing a... I have two builds that I want to do, currently. One is an Angel Oracle that goes into Swarm, and I will be soloing the game in Acts 1, most of 2, up to the chapel, and then I will be soloing, because I'm Swarm, in Act 5. And 6. But the end of Act 2, Act 3 and 4 will have a party. Oh, for content? Yeah. But that is one of the builds I'm contemplating. The other is a Sanctified Slayer Inquisitor that goes Aeon. And because I am using some mods, not all of these are active. You'll notice some have little dots, or black dots next to them. Because not all of these are active. But Spellbook Merge is, I will be able to merge Spellbook with the Sanctified Slayer in the Aeon, which will make things interesting. And if anybody wants to see all of the mods that I'm currently using, Toy Box, allow modded achievements, bubble buffs, bubble tweaks, you know, all of those are pretty standard. Deactivate shifter aspects on combat end, because losing charges of shifter aspect just because you forgot to turn it off at the end of combat is honestly some of the most infuriating gameplay I've ever dealt with in this. Swarm is the only ethical choice? Yes. Earlier Mythic level ups. This one is interesting in that it's not like, oh hey, it's just giving you earlier Mythic level ups for the sake of it. It actually puts them at logical story positions and paces the game better, in my opinion. Let me go find Mod Finder here real quick. And I will... Let me I need desktop capture, display capture. Do I already have one of these? Yes, I do. Here we are. All right. Earlier mythic level up. Here we are. Adds a mythic level up at Xanther's death. You know, when you call the angelic, or when the angelic host comes down to help you. Um, it's not exactly at that point. It's literally when you kill Xanther after that. But that feels like a spot where you could get a mythic. And it removes the mythic you get from the Colfear Mines. And then it adds a mythic level up to the Discari fight in Act 5 and removes the mythic level up from Threshold. So, it just makes it so that, you know, there's a reason to go do these, or to go do these, you know, potentially a little earlier. And it, yeah, it's not that big a deal. Expanded epilogue, just because I've heard it's really good, and I've already seen the epilogue of this game like 3 times, in various different ways, so why not? Finian tweaks. It tweaks Finian's progression so that he scales according to chapter instead of quests. In Chapter 1, he's a +1, Chapter 2, he's a +2, etc. And allows you to choose enchants, a lower tier 1 from the start of Chapter 2, and a higher tier 1 at the start of Chapter 4. I will be purposefully only choosing enchants on him that I have found on gear already. So, like, I won't be using a speed enchant on it unless I've found a weapon of speed already. That way, you know, it's at least somewhat balanced. Lich Decree reductions. This is for when I was doing a Lich playthrough, which is still technically going. I just don't want to go into Act 4 right now. And it just reduces the time it takes to build the Ziggurat to 7 days instead of 30, and the Pillar of Skulls to 3 instead of 10. Because nobody wants to sit around and watch me just pass days. Ad nauseum. So, literate companions, so I can make it so my companions read the skill books. That will be useful. So things like the, what is it, the Glaive book, I think it is. I can have Social read it instead of the MC, since he uses Glaives. Mod menu, more relic info, no film grain, all of those are pretty self-explanatory. Non-stop crusade events, all mod patch to give the player a crusade event every day instead of like every 7 days or something. Just so that, you know, shit's actually happening, and once again, I'm not sitting there ending days on repeat. I don't remember what Paradox Deparadoxified does. It doesn't even say. I think it lets me use companion skill checks for the Lexicon of Paradox, but I don't think that's going to matter, because I'm... Well, it won't matter for the Swarm one. It could matter for the Aeon one. Path of Hell, which does some slight changes to Devil Mythic class to make it slightly better. Path of Rage, same for Demon. And random equipment. And this makes it so I find random level appropriate equipment throughout the game. And it just makes things more interesting because I've played through the game for 1,900 hours and almost 2,000 hours. And anything to spice it up a little. Not you skipping days on repeat to stack your units? Yeah. Alright, what do I have here? Age of Wonders 4 stuff for tonight when I play with Alanim. That's probably getting streamed. And here are my builds, which I will be going through and updating right now. I also realize I have the starting soon still on screen. Oops. Good morning, everyone. Inevitable access. Okay. So, what I was doing before was I was using a half-orc human raised as the build, or as the swarm angel, angel swarm. I do not care. We'll go this. Sure. We will be a dual cursed oracle. But I was going half-orc, human raised. Human raised for the skilled, because I will be soloing Act 1, and the skill points are very useful. And the half-orc gave me Keen Senses for +2 racial bonus on perception checks for finding traps. Since, again, soloing Act 1, essentially. And then Intimidating, I think it gave me, as well. For +2 persuasion checks. Which, you know, useful, but not incredibly so. Instead, this time, I will be going human. And I will be going pickpocket, as usual. Because pickpocket is just too good. +2 on initiative rolls, and I get trickery and stealth. Both of which I will be using. This is a 14, 10, 12... 14, 10, 12, 14, 10, 19. And then I will be going Trickery, Arcana, because I'm going to go Lore Master at some point. And then Persuasion, UMD, and Perception. Then I come over here. And the feats that I'm going to take will be Improved Initiative and Fast Learner. Now, Fast Learner is not a feat I would recommend on a standard playthrough, because your companions will fill the skill slots for you. But because I'm going to be soloing in Act 1, most of Act 2, and Act 5, the extra skill points are actively useful. So I will take Fast Learner. And then I will take Improved Initiative. Over here, I will be going Lame, which will make me slower, but I will gain the Immune to Fatigued. Yup, Swarming requires skill points too. And then I will not have reduction to speed based on armor eventually, and then I will be immune to Exhausted eventually as well, which will be very nice for soloing and stuff. And the Lame won't be too bad once I can ride on my pet. And then we go Nature. Over here, Animal Companion Wolf. Because it is just stronger than the horses in 99% of cases. Over here, I'll be taking Plagued. -1 penalty on all saving throws against disease effects. Won't be mattering too much past a certain point. And then here, I plan on grabbing Bless, Shield of Faith, and Remove Fear. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . I will be going the Green Faith as my religion, solely for, the area in Act 2. God, I can't. Leper's Smile. That's what it's called. Couldn't remember what it was called for a moment there. Been a little bit since I played. 2 neutral. And then this is
always ready.
Whatever I am. Just going through the motions here for the moment. Just to ensure that I have everything correct on the build sheet.
The architect of the world.
Yeah. I was just like, I'm just picking random photo here. Screw it. And his was remotely amusing to me. Alright, so level 2 is Oracle. I get all of the skill points I had, and then because of Fast Learner, it only applies on the next level, but it does apply, like, retroactively. So I get 2 points here. Now, the reason I'm going Stealth is, as my next thing, is because the way I died last time I tried this, which was back in, like, October, was this died in Act 2 after Leper's Smile. I got to, or I was on my way to Darren's birthday party, and I got a random encounter when it was just me and Darren in the party, and it was an angry Minotaur, 2 or 3 angry evokers, and a juiced up archer from, like, Act 3. And, because I was so close to, Dresden, so it gave me, like, Act 3, random encounters. And, so I'm just gonna hope that having Stealth will maybe allow me to not have that happen again. You know, hopefully. If it turns out the Stealth isn't enough, then I could go something like Knowledge World or something for checks, in future attempts. So then level 3, I am going Extend, mostly because none of the feats I take early on really matter. Like, most of the feats I want for combat require base attack bonus, which I just don't have yet. So, I am going Extend. And then I am going Misfortune, so that enemies will have to double roll on my pet to hit it, essentially. It gives me a 1 in 400 on the first, essentially negates the first 20 they roll. It's very, very nice. And then here, I am grabbing Protection from Alignment. And we continue on. We're going up Charisma, because Charisma will scale my Persuasion, my UMD, and my Armor class after a point. My level 2 spells here, I am grabbing Resist Energy and Lesser Resto. Now, something I am noticing is one of the mods I have, and I don't know which one, is causing me to have an extra spell learned at every level at all times for all spell classes, which is kind of annoying, but I can't figure out which mod it is. I spent time last night disabling mods like one by one to try and figure out which one is causing it, and I could not for the life of me figure it out. So I'm just gonna live with it. It feels a little cheaty, but since I can't figure out what's causing it, I cannot remove it. So be it. Feats, this is level 5. I grab Bolster and Nature's Whisper. Now, something I could do here instead of Nature's Whisper, I could grab Friend to Animals earlier, which would allow my animal companion or my pet to have better saves, which could be useful. Could be very useful in the early game. But I feel like making sure I don't immediately die on any attacks of opportunity or something is also relatively useful. So, yeah, it doesn't add extra casts. So, that's the big thing. Now, the reason I say it feels a little cheaty is because it's going to allow me to do something for level 4 spells, I think, that I normally wouldn't be able to do. But it also makes it better for stream, because it will make it so I'm not redoing Act 1 repeatedly, hopefully. And that is, I should be able to slot Dismissal as a spell for the Minago fight at the end of Act 1, where normally I would only have 4 level 4 spell slots throughout the entire game, and they would be, you know, Death Ward, Fom, Crusader's Edge, and, like, Protection from Energy Communal or whatever. Which are all spells that I would really want and really not want to have to get rid of. But since I will have an extra spell known at that level, I will be able to have Dismissal. What level is this? 5? Unbreakable Heart and Protection from Alignment Communal. Okay. You need to go away so I stop clicking on you. Unbreakable Heart. I already grabbed that. I didn't grab Lesser Resto. Whatever. Over here, we are at level 6, and I get my first level 3 spells, which will be Delay Poison Communal and Resist Energy Communal. No. Resist Energy Communal. Come here. There we are. My first mythic level will be at level 9 because I will be doing solo with XP shenanigans. So, or at least it was level 9 when I played last. So, you know. Level 7, we have Outflank and Friend to Animals. Now, other things I thought about instead of Fast Learner was grabbing combat reflexes, which wouldn't do anything in the immediate early game, but it would let me, the moment I find like a dexterity item, get extra attacks of opportunity. But it won't really matter until the later game, because it'll only be me and my pet, so the odds of proccing multiple attacks of opportunity off of Outflank are kind of low to start with. Yeah, usually it's like level 7 or 8, but... or maybe it's 6 or 7, if you're not farming random encounters in Canabras. Yes, Friend to Animals. And then this is level 7. We're grabbing whatever, because I know it no longer matters what I grab here. I don't think. I will take Fire Belly, sure. And then I take Find Traps, since I will be kind of soloing. And this is useful when I'm going to be a relatively low perception build, even with points put into perception. And then Archon Zora? Yeah, I'll go Archon Zora, sure. It's not likely to land on anybody, but if it does, you know, it'll be nice. And then more charisma. Over here, I would be taking Dismissal and Death Ward. And I would have to use Freedom of Movement scrolls until I get Freedom of Movement. It would also push back Crusader's Edge a fair bit, but I think that's acceptable. I'm trying to think, what do I want Crusader's Edge for here? And I think the answer is the Bug Queen in Leper's Smile. And I think I can get Crusader's Edge by then. And I'll just have to keep using Freedom of Movement scrolls or something. It'll cost a little bit extra, but I think it will be okay. I do believe. Because this will make it so that I actually can just immediately one-shot Minago in the Act 1 finale fight. Whereas before, I had to do some really jank stuff with spiked grass or whatever. And this is 9 Skill Focus Knowledge Arcana. So that I can get Lore Master later. I think it's Spike Stones. Maybe it was another one. Essentially, if you go hide in the corner in the Minago fight, she will come up, hit you once, and then teleport back, and then start walking towards you again. And that will cause her to repeatedly take damage from any painful terrain, and she will eventually kill herself. But I shouldn't need to do that here, so level 9 is Bone Fists, remove Curse. I'm trying to think of anywhere that I specifically need Freedom of Movement for. And I think the first spot that I need Freedom of Movement for will be somewhere that I can get it from other characters for a bit, I think. So I want Crusader's Edge here. Do I want Crusader's Edge here? Do I want Protection from Energy Communal here? When do I get my next level 4 spell? Crusader's Edge, True Seeing and Spell Resistance. Okay, this is going to be either Crusader's Edge or Protection from Energy Communal. If I get another one... Okay. It's level 11 that I get the protection from energy communal. And I think I have that for... the Goblin DLC, the free LC. So, I think I will be okay with that. But the Goblin free LC comes before... Leper's Smile does for me. So I'll take the protection from energy communal first. And... this is here. Do you intend to do some spontaneous caster, ring, heightened magic things with this character, or is this martial only? I will have the angel spells, even as a swarm. So, if I'm going to be doing spontaneous caster damage things, with, like, my bolster and my, empower and stuff like that, it will likely just be the angel nuke spells. Fire to angel spells? Oh, no. I won't be doing any caster, ring, heighten magic things. I'll be essentially martial with buffs until, angel spells. Alright, that's level 9 here. Unfortunately, there is no choice, in Mythic here. It has to be close to Heavens. Every time on last Azlanti, because immunity to petrification. Otherwise, you can and will just lose your run to absolute horseshit. Like, carnivorous crystals meleeing you and petrifying people. Or, hunter retrievers in, like, the Dresden Siege. There is, you have to have immunity to petrification. Yep. If it wasn't for that, then Bit of Fun would 100% be the call for the skill checks on this playthrough. Close to the Abyss for the, extra attack wouldn't be the worst thing either, but... it has to be close to Heavens. Now, notably, this immunity to petrification only comes after the fight with the first Hunter Retriever. Which is slightly problematic. I think I tested it, and I can go do the first, or get the second Mythic, and then go back, and then, do that Hunter Retriever fight for the XP. I think. I don't remember for 100% sure. Either way, losing out on that little bit of XP shouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I won't have animate dead. So that's gonna be a little bit of a problem there. And then here, our first Mythic will be clearly magic nullification, so that I don't get petrified, right? Second mystery, battle. I probably will not be soloing the Retriever. I'll be going back for it with the party after Mythic 2. Because bringing my party along is not going to do anything when they're under-leveled for it. And they'll get their levels back Or they'll catch up in level once I do the Lost Chapel or whatever. That is the plan. So I will be taking battle here, which is a little greedy. This is greedy. It should be last stand here. But I will come over here. This is level 5 spells. And my first level 5 spells will be True Seeing and Spell Resistance. Last Stand is not fun. You are absolutely correct. But neither is going back to Canabras repeatedly, so, you know. Okay, at level 11, I am essentially at, Leper's Smile now. And I think I'm also at, Morbid Ridge. But because I grabbed, I will actually have, like, a weapon here. What am I grabbing here? Titan? Titan. And then skill at arms. I will have martial weapons proficiency and heavy armor proficiency, which will be nice. And then I do get a 4th level spell here. Cool. So that can be Crusader's Edge. And here I am grabbing Delay Poison, Remove Paralysis. Probably Remove Paralysis, since I don't actually have Freedom of Movement yet. Remove Paralysis. And I have Delay Poison and Communal, so this is probably fine. And then I have Dispel Magic. Then we grab Crusader's Edge for the Bug Queen and Leper's Smile, specifically. And then over here, I believe I'm grabbing Life Bubble. No. Yes? Yes, Life Bubble. Because Life Bubble is very nice in very specific areas. Anything with, like, cloud traps that you can't really easily get over, or, yeah, mostly just those. Anything that casts Cloud Kill. Life Bubble just is very nice for. I think it's level 13 that I will be getting my 2nd Mythic. Or is that my 3rd Mythic? That's when I get my 3rd Mythic. I think it's level 12 that I get my 2nd Mythic. So I will... And 13's just kind of a guesstimate as well. I haven't actually gotten to that point yet, so... Purely guessing. Yes, yes it does. 100%. Though, in fairness, what else am I taking at level 5 for spells? Like, I already have, like, I guess I could take Angelic Aspect, but I have, like, most of the good stuff here already. I have Spell Resistance, I have True Seeing. There's not a lot else here that's, like, really good. Especially when I'm still soloing at this point. Like, Ray's dead, kinda, for when I get the party back, but... Breath of Life, also, for when I get the party back, but whatever. Ideally, they're just not dying. Profane Nimbus. That... Which one is that? If it would hover over it, thank you. Okay, yeah, this one's kind of fun, but it kind of falls off later on. Because a lot of things have reach, later on. A lot of things are still using unarmed attacks as well. Don't get me wrong, but... yeah. Not good, but it's fun. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Level 6 spells. My first level 6 spells, I grab Eagle Soul and Heal. And heal. And then I get Mythic 2. Where here... I grab Last Stand. Not the fun ability, but the smart one. Too many random bullshit things can happen that can just take you out. And unlike Rogue Trader, you are instantly dead if your main person goes down in this one. So I just have to ensure that that doesn't happen. Okay, Oracle, Dual Cursed, level 13. Over here, I grab Magic Weapon Greater, Sacred Nimbus, and Dispel Magic Greater. What is this? 13. Ah, this is the Dazzling Display level, where I have to do really weird shit to be able to get Dazzling Display, because it requires weapon focus. I can't grab it, right? And I can't go to my Revelation right now, right? So I have to go Deceitful. And then I go Weapon Mastery. And then I go Heavy Blades, specifically Falchion. And then I come back here. And I can grab... what is it called? Dazzling Display. And it's still redded out, but it allows me to actually grab it now, because I have the prerequisites for it. The jankiest UI on the face of the earth, but it works. Just be Frenzied Berserker for Neverwinter Nights 2 and be forbidden to die for N rounds? Yeah, something like that. Heavy Blades, Falchion, Greater Weapon Focus, Falchion. Still better UI than Rogue Trader? I don't know about that. I don't have to do random... Oh, I have to choose a random feat, then go forward in my level up, and then go back in my level up, and then switch the feat in Rogue Trader. That's... I don't know. That's some next level jank. Okay, I do finally get freedom of movement here. So yes, I will be getting freedom of movement at 13, which is very nice. So I'll be getting that instead of magic weapon greater, and I am okay with that. Then I get... You said Profane Nimbus. I have a question. Is there a reason you go Profane Nimbus instead of Sacred Nimbus? The reason I go Sacred Nimbus is because most enemies are evil, whereas Profane Nimbus, it's only on good creatures attacking me. And yes, I will be evil, but this should still apply to me. It doesn't say it has to be applied on a good character. Alternatively, what I could grab here is like Raise Dead or Breath of Life or something of that. No reason? That is fair. I think the correct call is I go Breath of Life. Do I? Ah, nah, screw it. Sacred Nimbus. Sacred Nimbus is more fun. And then we get Dispel Magic Greater. And then we get Mythic 3, where we go Angel. And I think this is where I start getting Enduring. And then over here, we get Angelic Aspect says. And then Joyful Rapture. There is one reason and one reason alone why I grabbed Joyful Rapture, and that is to dispel allies from emotion effects. Because there is a very specific fight in the Succubus fight specifically, in the path to Act 4. What is it, Midnight Fane? Where on my Lich run, everybody and their mother got bugged and was stuck with a... like, after the fight, was stuck, like, unable to move or do anything from an overwhelming, from some mind-affecting effect or another. I don't remember exactly which one it was. But, having this would, be able to dispel it. I had to do some really weird shit in, Toy Box, because the effect was permanent for some reason. I don't remember the exact... what caused it, but I remember it being very buggy. So, Joyful Rapture. And then we get... For some reason I chose Bestow Grace of the Champion here before. I don't think I need that. But I don't think there's, like, a lot of better options. There's just not a lot of really good 7th level spells here. Restoration Greater, obviously. Resurrection. And I could go, like, Summon Greater Elemental, but I'm, like, never using that. At some point, I will be taking Arbitrament. But I don't need that yet. Yeah, I'll go Bestow Grace of the Champion. I can throw that on somebody. Probably. Do I have any lawful good companions aside from Sela, who's already gonna have it? Uh... 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 I do not. I'm not gonna be lawful good, so that's not gonna help me. Circle of Clarity? Sure. I'll take the arbitrament now, and I will swap that out later. Or not swap it out, but grab the other one later. Arbitrament. And then here, I grab Frightful Aspect. And Shield of Law. Lawful Good is incredibly rare. Melia could be Lawful Good. Nobody knows her alignment. Truth. She is very helpful, is she not? I can't imagine any other alignment being that helpful. Uh, 14, we're going... Okay, this is where I'll take Circle of Clarity. And then we are grabbing Angelic Aspect Greater. And I want to... Circle of Clarity, Angelic Aspect Greater. And then I'm probably getting Mythic 4 here before I get level 15. Or before I get level... Yeah, before I get level 15, probably. So this will be... Greater Extended. Or Greater Enduring, sorry. Potato, potato. Everlasting Flame. And Winds of Vengeance, because this is just an obscene spell. Like, as far as buffs go. I think it was Overwhelming Presence that I got stuck on in that Succubus fight, I want to say. Maybe it was a lower level one. I don't... It was really dumb. It was really dumb, whatever it was. And then I take Heal Mass. And then level 15, I grab Oracle and Shatter Defenses. Shatter Defenses and Warsight, so that I have a better chance of getting good initiative rolls, and I get Uncanny Dodge. That sounds accurate, but the ring slots are too valuable for me to throw that on, and there really aren't a lot of level 9 spells that I want. I'm not going a DC build, so it's not like I'm going to be able to land Implosions, or Overwhelming Presence. I don't care about Summon Monster 9. So, may as well just grab the buff. And then... That's late game? Yeah. What is this? 15... Greater Undead. And I will grab Polar Midnight for, annoying crystals. Carnivorous crystals. They have no dexterity to speak of, so Polar Midnight just immediately kills them. Thankfully. And I will finish this up after the ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. Yeah, I will be taking Symbol of Vulnerability at some point, I do believe. So what do I think my party's going to be going forward? I can have 6 people in my party. There's going to be me. I'm going to want Camellia for the hexes. And she's just decent buffer, off tank, etc. So it's me, Camellia. Then I want, I believe, Darren, who I'm going to try and make a Scald. So me, Camellia, Darren, Scald Darren, Sela as a paladin, and that leaves 2 slots open. Nenio for wizard buffs, probably, and then there's 1 slot open for probably another melee, honestly. Or I could do Social. True, I could do Woljif and Social. Woljif would get a lot of the arcane buffs, and Social would get be able to shore up divine buffs because I don't have the abundant casting stuff yet. And both of them melee, so they would benefit from my angel spells the most. So that I think that's probably the call. Let me type that out somewhere. Me, Dayran, Tila, Cam, Woljif, and Social. I'm gonna have a lot of divines in the party. Technically. Darren's gonna be a bard, Scald, but you know. What was I doing? Right. Level 15. The ads are finished. We can continue. Oh, I have Polar Midnight listed here twice. That's fine. Abundant Casting, I do believe. Yep. And then Piercing... What is this? 5? Solar Winds. And then, Symbol of Vulnerability. That's what we want. No, he's just going scald, like base scald probably. For melee buffing. Ooh. I'm going to want greater heroism earlier than later. Which means I probably will have Nenio instead of Woljif for a large part of it. Because I don't think Woljif gets greater heroism until way later. Especially if I make him an alchemist. Or a vivisectionist. So... yeah. It might be Nenio and Social. We will see. Okay, here, 16, we go Lore Master. And then we go Spellbook for Oracle, we go Druid Spell. And then I grab Sea Mantle. Because Sea Mantle is very strong as a spell. And it is personal only, so nobody else can throw it on me. I imagine I'm probably going to be approaching Mythic 6 at like level 17-ish. Lore Master. Do not forget to keep taking Lore Master. Do not be baited into taking more Oracle. And then I take Boon Companion. I will take Mythic 6 here. And it will be... Improved. Abundant. And then I will grab... It doesn't really matter here because I will be... Angel for only a short while longer. But we'll take Grand Blessing. And then I will go 18... Lore Master. Okay. What am I grabbing here? Wizard Spell? Oracle? Now, there's two things I could get here, and I don't know which one I want. I could get Mind Blank Communal, which will make it so things like Thought Sense, True Seeing, See Invisibility won't bypass my displacement from Fortress of the Faithful. That's one thought process. The other thought process is Heroic Invocation, because I won't have I won't have greater heroism for much longer. I could also go Foresight, but like I have Uncanny Dodge, so I don't feel like that's too necessary. Mind Blank? Yeah. Yeah. It's just gonna feel so bad not having the morale bonus on attack and damage. But I suppose I could probably get that from somewhere else. Maybe even Scrolls. Yeah, that'll be fine, probably. Yeah, I'll go Mind Blank Communal there. Here, we will go Angel and get our Greater Abundant. Unfailing Beacon. Items for Greater Heroism buff too? Okay, that's fair. Yeah. I imagine I'll still be 18 when I get, Mythic 8. Swarm that walks. 18 or 19s. It won't matter too much either way. As this one's no longer leveling my spell book. Improved critical mythic. And then Lore Master. My pet will only ever reach level 19, and that is fine. First level of Swarm is Definition of Pain. Yeah, but at least I will have, like, angel spells. So I should be in a decent spot. Angel spells with Warsight. So, like... you know. I should be able to Alpha Strike, blow things up. Lore Master... this is Empower. Do I need Empower spell? What other things could I grab here? Most of my empowered spells will likely just be from rods. Metamagic rods. I could take... anything good in here? No. Well... Fortune? Maybe. To stop nat 1s, kinda. Blind fight? I'm gonna go Empower. Screw it. Hey, how's it going, Cow? Hope all is well. Welcome to the stream. And then I get... what level is this? 19? It doesn't really matter what I get here. Holy Aura. Sure. Okay. And then here, it doesn't matter. And this is Armor Master. And this is It should be improved initiative mythic, but the desire to go armored might is also really strong at this point. And then the final level of Lore Master. Yeah, a little bit. And then I will be going for this Rogue Secret. Improved Uncanny Dodge. Opportunist. I could take a combat feat and go... Ooh, these actually are really nice. Is there something I could take here that I would really want? That I wouldn't normally be able to get? I can grab Horsemaster here? I could, instead of taking Boon Companion here, take, like, Combat Reflexes here, and then take Horsemaster here, through the secret. And then my Animal Companion would be level 20. True, true. Well, Charisma bonus. Because, Nature's Whispers. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I do think that's what I'm going to do, actually. Ah, for initiative. You're right, you're right, you're right. Sorry, my mind is all over the place right now. So here, instead of Boon Companion, I will be taking Combat Reflexes. And then I will take... what did I just do? I want Empower Spell there. And then here... Rogue... No. Combat... Trick... Horse Master. I think that'll be fine. Sorry, Combat Secret, not Trick. And I shouldn't have issues getting to 20 early, just because I'll be solo, so... I wonder, do all of my clones get an Animal Companion as well, since they have all of my abilities? Ahem. Asking for a friend? Probably not, but worth asking, you know?
I'll take care of it.
Am I able to clone myself here? Aww. No. I wanted to test. Alright. So, main character build is finished for this. Now let me go get Sila's build and ensure that I have this working properly. Load game, Zen practice. Crusaders camp should work. Probably. It would be really funny if I could make, animal companions out of swarm. That would be very, very funny to me. Sela, you're level 5. I'm gonna have to... Toy box. Party. All. Respec. Alright. So, I'm going Stigmatized Witch on her almost every time. Stigmatized Witch? Wait, why Stigmatized Witch? Can't it just be regular Witch? What is Stigmatized Witch giving? An Oracle's Curse, which I don't care about. That's only a downside. I get different hexes. Hagbound. What am I going here with my pet? Lizard? Is it Lizard that I go? Air for initiative? Oh no, I don't remember what pet I go. I don't think the lizard stacks due to tabletop tweaks. So I think I was going hare. Hagbound. What does Hagbound give? Hag's Claws. I lose out on the Hex. But I want the Hex. The Hex is why I'm doing this. Well, part of why I'm doing this. Okay, Ice Plant. It doesn't really matter what I give you. So long as it's not Wolf Scarred Face. Hellbound. Stigmatized is spontaneous caster, actually. I do miss out on the patron. But then I can actually cast things like Unbreakable Heart and early game spells. Yeah, okay. Stigmatized it is. Alright, so it is not lizard, because that doesn't actually stack. Hair, ice plant. True, the casting stat is charisma. And we go mage armor. Unbreakable heart, and cure light wounds. But Sela has plenty of int. She's, like, the smartest character on the team. And this is just -3 penalty on persuasion skill checks when I'm going to be the persuasion person. Yeah, that's fine. And then, level 3 is going to be Sohei Monk. Why am I going Sohei Monk again? I think it was for feats. Armor focus, heavy, train style, and horse. The skills are kind of whatever. I already have those set up here. I'm not going to mess with those. So I'm just going to throw the skills, you know, wherever they land. We are going armor focus heavy. And then horse. And then crane style. And it really won't matter what I give her past this point too much. Maybe level 4. But this is essentially what she's going to be through the prologue, and then she gets picked back up at the Lost Chapel. So, looks like it's going to be mostly paladin levels going forward. That could be fun. Part of what killed the Lich playthrough for me was I was just throwing weird everything, and it grew monotonous and boring. There was no challenge. Then I'm in Act 4, and I don't remember how to do Act 4. And I kind of want to refresh myself on that a little at some point. Probably on one of my days off. Just go through there. What level ups am I going here? Charisma. I'm going charisma level ups. I'm going at least one charisma level up. Paladin. And then outflank and fatigued. Aha, I see. I see. I'm gonna have to give extra levels here. That's fine. Last stand. Okay. Sela. Okay, over here. That was just a very... Ah, I see. These are irrelevant. This was from a different build. This was from her pure skull build. Those just kind of go away. This is level 7. Rain Wing. And then Divine Bond, Animal Companion, Continue. And we will go... this gets dazed. Do I go further Charisma, or do I go up Strength at this point? I think I go Charisma. Specifically for the Mark of Justice, or whatever it is. Because that's why I'm keeping her Paladin, so... Dazed. Dazed? Staggered. What does Dazed do? Can take no actions, but, there's no penalty to AC. Okay, yeah, we're going Dazed. That sounds annoying. I mean, she's not going to be sticking around forever. Just, end of Act 2, Act 3, and Act 4. And then she disappears again. What level is this? 9? I feel like I'm having a stroke here. Joking, of course, but... Longsword... this is 10. We get Aura of Resolve. This is Train Riposte. And we grab Confused. And then... Ooh, that sounds spicy as well. Only problem is I would once again be heavily incentivized to just use weird. And there's no fun in that. I mean, there is fun in that. for like the first like 4 hours of playing it, and then there's no fun in that. This is 13, weapon focus, long sword. You'd play it as melee? Ooh, that sounds real spicy. Level 14, it's 19 and 20 that go Scald. Okay. 14, Mercy, let's get... Stunned? Does stunned happen very often? It might. Let's go stunned. That would stop the hum from the carnivorous crystals. Yeah, I have stunned there. Like a better shapeshifter? That is fair. I'm still very confused as to how people play Wendu as a Manticore shapeshifter or whatever. Like, I understand it works on lower difficulties and it's cool and whatnot, but I tried it on hard once and her accuracy was non-existent compared to Axe's. Yeah, it just doesn't play well enough. Maybe it does at higher levels, but at low levels it just feels awful. Like up through like level 10-ish. Level 15, we're getting Dazzling Display. This is more Charisma. 17, we're getting Shatter Defenses. And... Confused? Cursed? I'll go Cursed. Why not? $18 is Paladin. And then I don't think I get anything here that I care about. An extra Smite Evil or Aura of Righteousness, which I do not care about, and a Mercy, which I also do not care about. So I was going Scald for the last 2 levels. Why? What do I get from Scald? A bonus feat? And a Scald talent. Okay, so it's like 2 bonus feats. That's why. This can be improved initiative. Yes, it is full base attack bonus. But if you're actually using, I'll showcase what I'm talking about here in a second. One of her abilities allows her to fire, like, an extra spike each turn or something like that. And that gives, like, a -2 or something. There was also some other... It's like full base attack bonus, yes. But due to the iterative attack order and stuff, it actually plays like it's a half base attack bonus or something like that. It's, I will showcase it here very, very shortly, as soon as I finish off with Sela. This was improved initiative. Where am I going? Improved initiative. And then bonus feat. Probably extend. Does this only work for Scald spells? No, this should work on every spell, including Paladin spells. Yeah, that'll be fine, and then it doesn't matter here, whatever. And then we go Scald again. This is extend. And then this is combat trick. And I will take combat reflexes. Probably. I can figure that out later. She's probably not sticking around for that long anyway. Combat reflexes. Alright. Do I have Wendu in this game? I do. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. So, I don't remember my build for her as a... Wendu, where are you? Oh, that was Cam. How did I misclick that? There is Wendu. Where is the other Wendu build? I had another one. Did I delete it because it was just underperforming that badly? I might just have to wing it. It should be easy enough to figure out. But yeah, let's see. Slayer. This is level 4 Slayer. I'm going to take this up to level 8, I want to say. Maybe 9. Because I only played it up to Mythic 2. I want to know, I want to do this on stream, because maybe there's something I'm missing that you're aware of that makes it better. Because it is a cool playstyle, and if I can make it work, then, you know, I'd like to throw it in there occasionally. But, I hope that makes sense. But yeah, as a Slayer right now, I have on her with, like, no gear, just using a Keen Composite +2. I'm at +12, +12. If I switch over to this, it's +11, +11. It does sound worse than what you said. let me... Where is she? Wendu. B-spec. Alright, so, is it going into Manticore immediately? Shifter. Child of the Manticore. Ah, yeah, okay, you know, that's fair. Because I'm doing Last Azlanti, her first mythic is Last Stand, like, every time. So, it's just a forced, she underperforms until she gets Master Shapeshifter, essentially. And the damage is just worse. Because, yes, you have the 1d10 and the increased crit multi. But... hold up. What does the crit multi get to? Times 3? Yeah. So you have, like, 1d10 damage and a, crit multi of times 3, but, like... If I... look here, we have a 1d8 with a times 3. And I get sneak attack. Or, a times 2 technically here, but, like, a lot of them. I don't know. It did not keep the... Wenduog. Shifter, Child of Manticore, let's see here. Azlanti hard seems crazy to you, by the way. Yeah. I haven't beat it yet on hard Last Azlanti. I beat the game on unfair as a solo character. That was not Last Azlanti, though. I could do unfair Last Azlanti. It would be very unfun, though. It would be very unfun. What feats do I go? Weapon focus. Natural weapons. Does Rapid Shot work? I think Rapid Shot works. If I recall. So, what is it? Mythic? Or Master Shapeshifter? What all does that give? +4 abilities. And I can just stay shapeshifted the entire time. I will give it the best. Shit, I need to take her somewhere. my pet did not come with me. Wendu, come with me. We're going on an adventure. It is a large pet. We're just gonna go in here. Wendu, I can have you point blank. I can have you manticore shape. And I can have you manticore aspect. Grow spikes. Alright. So, here I am. Let me... I probably have some gear I can throw on. I do not actually have gear I can throw on. I'll go with that. How do I unshapeshift you? Oh. Right. Ability...
You need me. Good.
Alright. So her spike at level 5 is a plus 12.
I crave your
If she
command.
goes here like this, it is a plus 12 at level 5. And I don't think it's taking this into account. Yeah, it's not. So with Rapid Shot on, she has a plus 10 to hit right now. With a plus 2 dex item on. With Master Shapeshifter. And... yeah. Because -1 from size. It is full base attack bonus, but, like... I don't know. It just doesn't feel like it does enough. I lose out on the sneak attack damage. I lose out on some to hit. Not a lot of to hit, but enough for it to be noticeable in certain fights, like against the golems in Zacharias' area in the Lost Chapel. It was definitely noticeable there. She does do a little extra damage with it, eventually. But she does less damage with it early on. And early on is when it matters. In a last Azlanti. I want it to be good. I want it to be better than it is. If I were to do a Manticore run with her, it would probably be the Angel into Swarm run that I'm currently doing. Because I wouldn't actually be picking her up until like level 11, level 12. And at that point, she'd probably be okay with it. I don't know. Slayer just gives so much. Slayer's busted. She can also steal Ulfric, yeah, she could steal Ulfric's shapeshift gear. That is true. Windwog should be a bard with that charisma? Whew. That's a spicy take. Yeah, it's just hard to compete with Slayer. Slayer's just a dumb class. It really got the best of all worlds in Pathfinder 1E. Also, how you doing, Cleve Wizard? I don't know if I said hi to you yet. Hope you're doing well. Now, I want to make a Darren Scald build. Darren... Where are you at? Darren build? This is his Oracle build. Okay, that's not what I want there. I have so much garbage in here. Did I not have a Darren Court Poet build? I had a Sela Court Poet build. I apparently did not. Alright, we're making this from scratch. Yeah, I would make him a court poet, but that doesn't really benefit a mixed martial caster angel swarm. Well, the swarm part is irrelevant. They'll be disappearing by then. Darren build, I will make a copy. Gold, Darren build. And then this is Oracle Darren build. Okay. Over here. Darren. Okay, I don't actually have to respec you because I haven't actually done anything with you yet. So you come in at level 3, which means I will never get the level 18, 19, or 20 Scald things. But only the level 18 might be relevant. Because, or like, could be relevant because you're leaving at probably like level 19 anyway. 18, 19. Due to swarm things. So, probably fine for this. We go Scald. Plenty of dexterity here, so we could do something with that. But probably just gonna have sit in the back buff Scald. Not attack Scald. So, maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out here after the ads. The ads are going to last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone after the ads. And I'm just going to be muttering to myself, trying to figure out how I want to build Garen. So I think he'll have enough feats to go, like, Dex, 2-weapon fighting Scald. He'll have angel buffs, which will likely help. Shore up any shortcomings he has for Marshall. The big thing is he'll need freedom of movement so that he's not staggered immediately. I could just have him be a stay in the back and buff Scald, but that just feels kind of like a dead party member for a lot of it. He's just Aurabot. Yeah, that might just be the case. I don't know, he's gonna have a lot of feats that I can just throw around for whatever. I could make him an archer, theoretically. No. It would have to be two-weapon fighting, because he has no strength. So, it would have to be, like, mythic two-weapon fighting, shenanigans. That would come online, like, super late. Sorry, mythic weapon finesse shenanigans. I'll probably make him melee and just, not use it frequently. That's probably the call. Like, if he makes it into melee and gets attacks in, sure, it'll be a little bit of extra, but if he doesn't, so be it. No skin off my back. That type of deal. Alright. Bathroom break is over. Ads are over. I will be going down Dexterity. I've decided. Arcana, World, Persuasion. Scald. Dex. Hold up. Yeah, we're going Dex. I could go Con to even that out, but that's whatever. We'll take that. We'll just say that the Con would have been his level 20, and, you know, that's not a relevant stat for him here. So Dex, 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 Con. Over here, we have those. Yup, that's fine. Here, extend. That'll be fine. And then, what do we grab here? Unbreakable Heart and your light wounds, I guess. And then the level 5 of Scald. Banish because he should be, or should always run away. But I need him in range for the Scald buffs. I mean, I suppose he could just vanish and stay in range with the Scald buffs. But, God, that's funny. Lingering performance. And then combat trick, and we go weapon finesse. Right? There it is. This game is amazing. How's it going, Zep? Hope all is well. My brew needs to include a dinosaur. Ooh. I don't know how I can fit that in on, like, anybody. How's it going, Hans? Hope all is well. I do want to point out that I have not hard decided on this game yet. When I woke up this morning, both Wrath of the Righteous and Baldur's Gate 1 were tied on the polls on my YouTube. Which, one second here, just throwing that out there. If you want to go vote on them, if you haven't yet, the polls are on my YouTube there. Now, so what I'm doing is, today, I am doing a Theorycraft stream for my build and all my companion builds on Wrath of the Righteous. Then Thursday and Friday are my off days, where I will brush up on 2nd edition and try and remember how to make characters for that. And then Saturday, I will see what the poll is on, and we will go from there. If it's still tied on Saturday somehow, then I will flip a coin on stream, and, you know, that will determine our fate. Because what better way to determine the fate between two tabletop games than with a D2? You know what? I will take that Vanish. Sure. Why not? Not like anything, really matters there. Rolling a D20 and splitting it at 10? True, I could do that too. Lingering performance. Weapon finesse. Scald. Rage powers. I do believe it's Beast Totem that I want first. Okay. Rage powers. Beast Totem. Or Lesser Beast. And this is more level 1 stuff. We'll go remove fear, sure. And then Scald. Beat. Two-weapon fighting? I already have extend spell. Yeah, I'll go two-weapon fighting. I have lingering performance. I think those are the ones that I need. So we go two-weapon fighting. And then blur and heroism. Blur, heroism, and mirror image. Blur, heroism, mirror image. Okay. Scald. We go further into Dex. How do you vote? One moment here. Let me get a more exact link here. You go to the posts section here, and from here you scroll down to the poll and you vote there. But I will just... There we go. That is the direct link to the poll. Hans, I did not want to ask you for your GOG login info again. That will be sometime, at some point, eventually. Just not now. This is glitter dust. Okay. And then Darren, you get... Where is it? There was one, Mythic Inspiration. I don't think you need that immediately. So I will go Last Stand. Last Stand. Also, Pillars 1 definitely would have been up there if the poll had lasted longer, but I finished Rogue Trader faster than I thought I would. So, I had to cut it short by a single poll. Okay. Darren. Enjoy your level ups. We're going further down Scald. I could go Weapon Focus, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Extra Performance is not needed. Improved Initiative is nice. Let's go improve two-weapon fighting. Get that out of the way. Yeah, improved 2-weapon fighting. No, actually I want weapon focus so I can take dazzling display earlier. And then shatter defenses. Because that is very important. I will go light blades. Yeah, light blades for like short swords and such. Woljif is essentially relegated to daggers just because that's what he gets dex to hit, damage, something with. Okay, then we go, I think it's lethal stance. Yeah, it's lethal stance. Okay, lethal stance. Improved 2-weapon fighting. Lethal stance. Unless I can't, I could go beast totem here. I'm going lethal stance. I want that competence bonus on melee attack rolls. And then here we go invisibility, I guess. We'll never have the duration on sense vitals to make it worth it. Okay. Invis. Ability. Then more Scald. Combat trick. Combat reflexes. I don't know how I managed to do that twice. And then Expeditious Retreat, sure. And then we have Good Hope. Good Hope. And then... Now, you could be asking why I'm grabbing Good Hope here when I'm probably going to have Greater Heroism on everybody, and it's because you get +2 morale bonus to damage rolls, which is unique to essentially Good Hope for the vast majority of the game. I will also grab Haste and Displacement. Okay. We are good there. Scald. Just forever Scald. Feet. Improved critical? Yeah. Light blades. And then we grab Delay Poison Communal. Delay Poison Communal, revive or remove curse. There are some options here. I'll go Delay Poison Communal. It is very useful in a lot of situations. Uh, 12. Get more dex. Rage powers. I could go deadly accuracy. I don't care about that right now. I want beast totem. And then I want remove curse. Yes. Okay. Beast. And then remove curse. Over here. We just keep on going. Dazzling display. And then this is whatever. I'll take Cure Moderate. Cure Moderate wounds. And then here I can get freedom of movement. And echolocation. And dimension door. I don't know what to give them there. Echolocation's pretty good. Yeah, freedom, echo, and dimension door. Okay, that'll do. Grease or whatever, it doesn't matter. This is level 14. How did I... Yes, okay. X and... then... invisibility greater, I guess? I don't know. Your critical wounds. Scald. This should be Shatter. Okay, Shatter defenses, Rage powers, Beast Totem greater. Greater Beast. Then over here, we get a combat trick. Yeah, combat trick. And outflank. Somehow didn't have outflank yet. Wait a minute here. Outflank. And then this is combat reflexes. There we go. Fixed it. Pretty sure I can take out flank at level 10. I'll go invis greater, sure. Greater invis. Scald. Or dex. And then reviving finale. Into greater heroism. And dispel magic greater. Cloak of Dreams, I guess. Okay, heroism greater, dispel magic greater. Greater heroism. Dispel. Greater dispel. And then X. Because I don't care past that point. Then up here, greater 2-weapon fighting, or improved 2-weapon fighting. Did I not take that already? What did I take at 9? Weapon focus light blades. That's what it was. Okay, so I can take, improved 2-weapon fighting, sure. What level is this? 17? God, that feels so late for that. Here, it doesn't matter what we're grabbing. And here, it doesn't matter what we're grabbing. Rage powers, deadly accuracy. And then we're getting another spell that we don't care about. Also, we didn't get a feat there. No, sorry. That was... There we go. That's X. And then over here... Greater 2-weapon fighting. If it'll let me click in there. There we go. I didn't have the hyphen. Level 6 spells. Is there anything good here that I care about? No? Not really? And then this is the irrelevant level, but we're taking it anyway. Scald talent, this would be combat trick and probably improved initiative at this point. Or did I get greater to weapon fighting? I did, at 19. Okay. So then we just need to figure out the mythics, the order for the mythics. And Darren, there we go. Okay, so we start with Last Stand, for sure. And then we go Enduring. Enduring. Greater Enduring. And then after that, we go Mythic Inspiration. Very accurate. Nobody needs Last Stand more than Darren. Mythic Inspiration at 4. I don't think he's ever going to get Abundant. Improved. Abundant. Mythic. Weapon. Finesse. Improved. Oh, wait. Mythic ability. Improved Abundant. Okay, then 7 is Mythic Weapon Finesse. So he has that for, like, the Baphomet fight, essentially. Which is kind of hilarious to me. Yeah, his melee is not going to be doing a lot. But it's better than nothing, I suppose. He's going to be mostly Orobot. Because once we hit 8, he disappears. But I will flesh this out, so if people want to use this build for other non Swarm playthroughs, they can. Mythic to weapon fighting. Mythic Charge, because he will have Pounce from the Scald. And then down here, it's just improved initiative mythic or improved critical mythic. Probably improved critical mythic. Improved critical mythic. Very, very jank. These could be interchanged. He is not a kitsune. I don't know why it shows that there. Okay, Asmar. These are not his stats either. This was apparently stolen from Nenio, and I just never changed some of the stuff. Darren. 7. 16. 13. I show where the level ups go over here. Wisdom is 14. 20. Or... yeah, 20. Okay. That'll do. Darren is figured out. Who else was in my group? Me, Darren, Sela. I have Sela's build figured out. I have Darren's build figured out. I have my build figured out. Cam, Social, Woljif. I'm pretty sure I have Social's build figured out. Where is it? Social, where are you at? I do not have a social build. Oh, that's so annoying. I'll figure him out last if I need to. Cam's build is always the same for me. And Woljif I do need to figure out. One moment, please. Alright, let me see here. How's the poll looking? I know more people voted, so... let me take a look at that real quick. Because if it's become horribly lopsided, then there's no point in me... posts... Okay, yeah, it's looking more and more like, Wrath of the Righteous. Cool. So I will figure out Woljif's build. Class. We want to get level 4 so that we get finesse training with dagger. So we don't need mythic weapon finesse. And then I think everything past that is vivisectionist. Pretty sure. Oh, that comes at 3. Yeah. 3 is Eldritch Scoundrel. Why do I have him at 4 Eldritch Scoundrel? Or do I not? I do. Weapon focus? And debilitating injury? Is that worth it? One vote ahead. Wrath of the Righteous is winning. Toy box. What are you doing, fam? Just had 112 torches in the middle of my screen. Okay, I do go for an Eldritch Scoundrel for the free weapon focus dagger. That does track. Okay. So then after that, Alchemist, Vivisectionist. Come on, game. Mobility, Trickery, Stealth, Perception, UMD. Ability, Trickery, Stealth, Perception, UMD. I won't... Woljif will be a very small part of my team. He'll be here for, like, what? 3/4 of Act 3 and Act 4? Thinking about it? Alright. What do I have going on here? This is level 5, combat reflexes. And then we grab long arm, shield, cure light wounds, expeditious retreat, enlarge and reduce. And then the other one doesn't matter. Okay. Woljif, you need levels. And we want more Vivisectionist. Medical Discovery, we want Infusion. And then it doesn't really matter, we take True Strike for the memes. Because it is the worst spell in the game. Vivisectionist. Feet. Outflank. And then... Sure. Okay, then over here we go further into Dex. This is level 8. Do I not get a mutagen here? Oh. That would be why I'm not getting a mutagen there. Feral mutagen. And then we grab bark skin. I could grab blur. I grab blur the next level anyway. And he'll be coming back at like level 12 or 13 or 14 or something, so. Eldritch Scoundrel. No. Vivisectionist. Good lord. I'm having a rough time of it today mentally. Feet. Improved 2-weapon fighting. And then blur. Vivid. Medical discovery. Feral wings. And this is hot arrows. Sectionist. Just ensuring that the build still works, because I've changed mods a handful of times over time. So, improved critical, dagger, and then heroism, haste, displacement. Haste is probably the most useful. Because I think I'll have good hope, or be close to having good hope by the time we get him back on Darren. So just having more casts of haste will be nice. Medical discovery. This is dazzling display. And then protection from arrows communal. Feet. Shatter defenses. Displacement. And then improved initiative and or dodge. Or is that what I want? Yeah, okay. Combat trick. And we want improved initiative or dodge. I will go improved initiative. If I can find it. Then we want Death Ward or Freedom of Movement. Feet. This is Opportunist. Wait, 15? Extra Rogue Talent, Opportunist. That a feat here? Yes, it is. Cool. Opportunist. And then Death Ward. And then here, Greater Mutagen. And Echolocation. And then feats. Extra Rogue Talent, Uncanny Dodge. And Spell Resistance. Greater 2-weapon fighting. Yeah, I had this one relatively well figured out, it seems. And then it doesn't really matter what I have here, I'll take Resto. And then Improved Evasion. Extra Rogue Talent. Improved Evasion. Awesome, I'm glad you figured out how to vote. Sorry to hear that your internet's still acting up on you. The very first day you came in here, you had asked me for help, or if I knew anything about internet, whatnot. And sorry that it has not fixed yet. Have you contacted your ISP, your internet service provider, yet? You have a tech coming over Thursday? Awesome. Good, good. I really hope they fix it. Stone Skin Communal. And Constitution. Medical Discovery. This is Grand Mutagen. And then Spells is whatever. Cool. So his was actually very optimized. Yes, that will do. Last night they did some maintenance, but it seems about the same so far. Damn. Well, here's hoping that it fixes itself. Or that they fix it. Because this has been going on for like a month now, as far as I'm aware. And that's just way too long for you to be paying for something you're not getting. Ah, yeah, no, that could 100% be it. A lot of times what happens in situations like that, which is really hard, this is something you might want to mention to them, because they don't usually go out of their way to look for it, unless, you know, there's cause to look for it. But if there was a really bad storm recently, you might want to remind them of that and ask them if they could check down the line to see if any water got in the line. Because sometimes there can be some wear and tear on the line, and some, like, a little bit of water can get inside, and it will be enough to just cause intermittent issues. And it's really hard to pinpoint that. I've had that happen once. A squirrel ended up chewing through, like, the outer cable down by my neighbor's house. Just enough for some water to get in. And they had to replace the line because of that. But it took, like, calling the tech out, like, 6 times for them to finally realize what the issue was. Alright, who all else do I need? I know I have Nenio's build down, essentially. Her build is always the same for me. Squirrels are a menace. I would take squirrels over chipmunks any day of the year. Chipmunks are a blight on society. They are the mosquitoes of the rodent world. I apologize if anybody here actually likes chipmunks, but having done a substantial amount of camping in my life, chipmunks are the bane of existence. I do not know. I do not know what that build is, so I can't say if I would like it or not. Sounds good. Catch you shortly. Alright, so I have a Nenio build. Right? Nenio. Nenio Fearcaster. Yep. That was updated last November. I know that's up to date. Alright, it appears it's time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour on Twitch. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone when we return. So, characters that I might need a build for. Olbrig. I'm just looking through stuff right now. I'm not actually, you know, making builds or anything. I'm just seeing who I might need a build for. I could see myself needing a build for Ulbrig, but I think his is pretty cut and dry. I could see myself needing a Socio build. Wendu's build is already planned out. Cam's build is already planned out. Regil and... Do I have a build for Regil? I do have a build for Regil. October 9th. Okay, that is up to date then. Greybore, do I have a build for Greybore? I don't think I have a save where I have Greybore that I can test it. Okay, that is taken care of. Alright. I have, like, most of the companion builds taken care of at this point. So, I think what I will do is I will come up with alternative player character builds to run with. I have my Sanctified Slayer Aeon into Devil build still. Modded Devil in Quiz. Um hmm. I don't remember what killed this last time. I feel like it was doing really well, and then I don't remember what killed it. Because this was a really fun build for me. I suppose let's go check my YouTube. That's one way to find out. Court Poet Azada, Sorcerer, Oracle, Sanctified Slayer. DC Oracle and LD MD for the win. How's it going, Yistout? Hope all is well. I don't know what LD MD is. Accidentally burned part of your food? Aw, I'm sorry about that. That's never fun. Oh, I remember what got me here. I got by a stray archer in the Midnight Isles, I believe. Yeah. I essentially came in here and was immediately shot by some archers that just absolutely gibbed me. I think. Or was it a trap? Okay. Oh, okay. So, the archers up in the top there, took out, like, some of my party members. Like Regil, and I think I forgot to put armor back on Sela. So Sela wasn't able to tank properly. And then I had to try and do shit. And it just... It was all around bad. Just all around. Did not go well for me. Living Deity Magic Deceiver. Ah, yes. Now, out of curiosity, what does DC Oracle get? Most of their spells don't really require a DC, if I recall. At least, not most of, like, the really good ones. I mean, I suppose you could stack things like, Archon Zora. But yeah, I think this build is fine as it is. I would just need to... be more careful with, gearing and stuff and such. And then I think it would be perfectly fine. I think I would have been fine in there if I hadn't been greedy. So what are some other mythic paths that people would like to see? We have Aeon, Angel, Azada, Demon, Devil, Gold Dragon, Legend, Lich, Trickster, Swarm that Walks. Demon is always fun. Yeah, I can imagine that. I just wish Kingmaker wasn't Bug Fiesta. Because, alright, so I have a Swarm that Walks build. I have a Devil build. I don't have a Demon build. Well, I kind of have a Demon build, but it comes online kind of late. And I feel kind of like the main character is doing nothing for a large chunk of the early game. Where is... Here it is. It's Demon Kineticist. And it just feels like it doesn't really do a lot until I get Deadly Earth. So yeah, Demon can be active early as melee or caster. One moment here. Spellbook merge. What do we have? Demon, what can I make you? That could be fun. That could be interesting. Skull Demon doesn't sound the worst. Like melee Scald Demon. Or like a Magus Demon. I could go DC Caster or Sorcerer, but then I'm back at the Lich issue where everything's just kinda... I cast Weird, things die. I cast Weird, things die. Shape change spells of the demon are fun too. Interesting. Going Blood Rager Demon sounds thematic, but it also sounds just horribly underpowered, because Blood Rager. So, I mean, Blood Rager's not the worst, I guess. I can always just go... Primalist. Is it Primalist? Yeah, I can just go Primalist and take some Barbarian Rage powers instead. So, I mean... I could do that. A, Blood Rager Demon. And just go Unga Bunga Melee. Valar Shape with Vorpal Sword. That could be cool. I think my biggest issue with Blood Rager is I almost always have a Scald with me. So I'm getting like most of the good rage powers anyway. I guess maybe I could just do regular Blood Rager, just get the Bloodline powers, but most of those aren't really all that amazing. I don't know. I could go a Nuker Caster on something. What would be a good Nuker Caster? That isn't, you know, just Lich or, I could remake my, very first win, build. It was a Sorcerer Aeon that went Nuker. That wasn't the worst. I could actually, you know, go like Azada or something else instead, though. Devil, Azada. One of those. Maybe even Gold Dragon. Demon. Very few spells are as fun to me as, Stormbolts. Stormbolts is a very fun spell for me. Arcane Trickster? That's kind of funny. But I really, really enjoy this spell. It does moderate damage, and on a failed save, stuns everybody. Which is just kind of fun. And when I was doing it on an Aeon, each one of the Stormbolts would apply the Aeon's Bane. So it would also dispel an AoE on the enemies as well. And I think I could make the build way better now. Now that I know more about the game and whatnot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Alright, what does Slayer get here? One moment, I am screenshotting this and putting this off to the side. What does Slayer get here that Sanctified Slayer does not? Quarry. I lose out on Quarry and Study Target. But instead, I get Spellcasting, Teamwork Feats. Oh no, I still get Study Target. So I lose out on Quarry. That's it. And in exchange, I get Spellcasting, Bane. Why does Sanctified Slayer exist? This is horseshit. It's so good. I get domains. It does have average base attack bonus instead of full base attack bonus, I suppose. Which does count for something. One moment here. Melee Shapeshifter Demon could be okay with, like, the gore attack. I think Tabletop Tweaks does something with, that stops the excessive stacking of natural attacks, if I recall. So if it's just the gore attack is an extra, you know, that's not that bad. I'd like to make a... I could make a, Magus... Magus is a class that I really like, conceptually, but I'm yet to get it to, like, work. So I could... Do I have a Magus build? Okay. The search is absolutely worthless. Dual-wield Scald Azada. Ah, I had an Azada Sword Saint build. What does Sword Saint get that's, like, special? Int to, armor class? Why did I set that to charisma there? Well, whatever. I'll figure this out. Magus is fine, but, do they have good item support? I mean, they have melee item support, which is essentially good item support. So I could go Sword Saint. I could go just base Magus. I could try an Eldritch Scion of some sort. Eldritch Scion, in my opinion, just feels like a better Blood Rager. Is that wrong of me to feel that way? Yeah, I do have the random equipment mod turned on, so there is a chance that I roll into Kingmaker items, because they do exist in the item database for Wrath of the Righteous. They're just not placed in the game. Yeah. It also just has, like, random loot, too. So. Yeah, Eldritch Scion just feels like a better Blood Rager. It gets higher level spells. It still gets a bloodline. I don't think it's the same as the, Blood Rager bloodline. Maybe it is. I don't know. You get spell combat, which is nice. Clearly, your body is just craving the burnt section. I'm kidding, of course. Everything is soaking in soapy water now. Do you not have any, like, snacks or anything that you could just go munch on? I probably shouldn't, you know, advocate for snacking too much, but, you know. Something small. Maybe an apple. I don't know. I have apples downstairs. Apples sound good. What does Armored Battle Mage get? I lose out on some Arcanas. I have a different Arcane Pool. I get Heavy Armor Proficiency. I lose out on, like, all of Spell Combat. Yikes. This seems so bad. What about Bladebound? Bladebound could be cool. I really like Tensor's transformation in some D&D games, but which is what Transform essentially is. I don't actually like it in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, though. There was something about it. I don't remember what, but something about it just did not rub me the right way. What is it, an 8th? 6th? Tensor's transformation. Let's see here. 4 enhancement bonus to strength, dexterity, and constitution. That's literally nothing. Items do better than that, and it doesn't stack. 4 natural armor bonus to AC. Once again, doesn't stack with bark skin with tabletop tweaks, so doesn't really do anything for me. Competence bonus to fortitude saves and proficiency with all simple and martial weapons. The base attack bonus is a nice bump, but that's essentially all it's doing. Yeah, I think I would like it more if I wasn't using tabletop tweaks. Because if I wasn't using tabletop tweaks, then I would get the natural armor bonus to AC, because it would be stacking. And then the base attack bonus would also be nice. But, like, the base attack bonus isn't terribly needed. I feel like if I was going to do a melee caster build, I would just go Eldritch Knight. Some sort of, hybrid build with Eldritch Knight instead. Ah, yeah, no, that's fair too. I really, really want to like Dragon Disciple, but there's like no point in taking it past like level 4, ever. I guess 5 if you want a free Blind Sense, but Blind Sense isn't quite the same as Blind Fighting. I don't know. Man, I really, really want to make this to be good. I've been trying since I got my hands on Neverwinter Nights 2 years and years ago. Because I played Neverwinter Nights 2 before 1. And, to try and make Dragon Disciple work. And there is no D&D game where, like, high amounts of Dragon Disciple is good. And it just makes me sad. It's okay, Neverwinter Nights 1? Yeah. Probably. Young Zen, before he actually knew how to min-max and stuff like that, was, Neverwinter Nights 2 trying to find a way to make, like, some sort of essentially Magus out of Dragon Disciple. With, like, Monk and I think I was going Bard and manipulating alignment shifts. And, yeah, going like Monk, Bard, and then Dragon Disciple or something like that. The before times. Now I know how to, theorycraft and min-max, and I love it way too much, and now I can't bring myself to do absolutely horrible jank builds that would probably only work on normal difficulty of Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah, it does. Honestly, Neverwinter Nights 2, there is a high chance that I would just be a cleric or a favored soul, because in 3.x edition, I really, really love offensive divine casters. They are like my go-to, my favorite thing. Yeah, no, I like off-meta jank builds, but I have to like make sure that they're viable at a certain level. Like I don't think my modded Devil Inquisitor is by any means like ultra meta. It like doesn't come online until level 5, level 7, somewhere in that range. Like, I'm struggle bossing early game. Yeah, it's pretty strong later in the game, but like everything kind of is in Wrath of the Righteous with weapon or gear and shit. Living Grimoire. That's what? No. That's Inquisitor? Alright, I'll take a look at that in a second. Red Wizard is by far your favorite. In Neverwinter Nights too? Yeah, Red Wizard of Thay. I can see that. Alright, so what do we lose? We lose the Judgment, which is fine. I don't have that as a Sanctified Slayer either. We lose Cunning Initiative, which is sad. We lose Bane. We have the Teamwork feat still. And we gain Sacred Word, which is... What is this? Essentially like the War Priest thing? Less script. Interesting. Oh, I'm only doing hard last Azlanti. That's, you know, whatever. Hard last Azlanti I can screw around with and do fun stuff. Unfair last Azlanti I cannot. Then I actually have to try. You two bond with books? I also bond with books. I have like 80 of them on my phone. Who needs a Kindle? I had 80 of them on my phone. I think I got rid of a bunch of the ones that I'd already read. Had to free up some space. Phone's like 10 years old now. 8 years old. Word of God. This definitely looks fun. What if I went, Magic Deceiver? What if I made a Magic Deceiver build? What are the good Magic Deceivers here? Time Manipulator is pretty fun. What class would I use for Magic Mythic would I use for Magic Deceiver? Azada? For Zippy Magic and... Int as a casting stat is nice. I recall Living Deity and Time Manipulator being, like, above the others, if I recall. Could be mistaken in remembering that, though. I could also make a Trickster build. I was kind of against Trickster for a while on stream, because when I like started streaming this, I had more or less just finished my solo Unfair run, which was a Trickster Kineticist. So, I mean, I was a little burnt out on it, and I don't really like the story for it that much, but I can't deny that it is very strong. And I could have some fun with it. Ooh, Trickster. Wait, Trickster with spell lowering meta magic is decent. I thought you couldn't use meta magics on Magic Deceiver stuff. Or am I thinking of something else? What am I thinking of? Can only use rods. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. You can't use meta magics on combined spells, sadly. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay? I go Aeon. Magic Deceiver. I use Aeon's Bane. Do combined spells end up one level higher? I don't remember. Okay, highest level of the initial spells. Okay, so, Aeon. With Aeon's Bane, equipped to a Chain Lightning, Disintegrate. And we just walk around nuking with that. It would probably be better as like an Incendiary Runes Disintegrate or something, but you know what I mean. You get the idea of it. And because of Aeon's Bane, it would dispel everything that it hits as well. I think that's about as jank as I can get with Magic Deceiver. I haven't actually done a pure angel run before. So part of me is also like, oh, I could do like a Shadow Shaman or a Wildland Shaman, and I could enjoy like a pure angel run as a either a Shadow Shaman or a Wildland Shaman. That could be fun. But that's kind of definitely meta. I really want to find a build that I like for Azada, because I want to do an Azada run. But, like, all the builds I come up for with it just feel either slightly underpowered or like, I have a Sword Saint Azada thing that I probably need to update, and I could probably refine. That's probably what I'd be most likely to do. I also have the Court Poet Laughing Azada, but that did, like, absolutely nothing up through Dresden. So, and it died in Dresden, the Siege of Dresden. And the early game is just so boring with it. I don't think I want to go through that again. Some Zappy casters should be fun for Azada. Yeah. Yeah. What does superpowers. Zippy magic. Whenever Azada casts a spell that targets individual creatures, not areas, the spell affects one additional creature within 30-foot radius from the target. If the target is an enemy, the spell affects one additional enemy. What high-level spells are there that are single target that would be good for that? Energy Drain could be funny. Death Clutch. Polar Ray. Polar Ray could be fun. Yeah, ray casting. That's a thought. Question. Does this count as an AoE or does it count as single target? Would I be able to proc multiple chain lightnings off of people and have it just like bounce between the lot of them repeatedly? Because it does say target one enemy creature within long range, and this says spells that target individual creatures. To initial, which should cause multiple bounces, I think, right? So that brings me back to the Magic Deceiver with a Disintegrate Chain Lightning combo. But Azada with Zippy Magic? I don't know. What do we think? That could be kind of fun. I don't know what the hell I would do in the early game. Rely on my party, I guess, but... I mean, I suppose early game I would just be using, like, explosive runes and, you know, whatever else is standard for it. It's just you get so few spells. So few spells, and you can't abundant this class either. I really want to like this class. I really do, but I can't abundant it. I can't meta magic it. Early game is a grind, yeah. Debuff early. I do have charisma. I could just int him, or, you know, make everything shaken. I think essentially, yeah, demoralize. That's what I wanted. Thank you. I think once I get past the tavern defense, it wouldn't be that bad, because I could just rest whenever I want. Bar Grey Garrison. Grey Garrison would be difficult. I'd have to essentially save my spells for the final fight. I'd be level 7, maybe? What does Time Manipulator get? Let me... Hacking Fextra Life, but I don't know of a, another wiki for this. Hate Fextra Life. So fucking worthless. I don't even get to see, like, what these do. Thanks. So useful. Yeah, it's just I want to see, like, what levels I get the stuff and everything. Okay, here we are. They can speed up time for one of their allies in order to shorten or eliminate negative debuffs, and also restore all of an ally's spells. Yeah, I think I'm usually level 6 when I, fight, Minago, sadly. Or like 6 right after or something. I gotta go check. Pull up my YouTube again. And playlists. The easy way to check is timestamps here. I am level 6. And I get level 7 upon doing stuff in the camp. That would be so much cheesing. Holy cow, the amount of cheesing I would have to do. That would be like 2 days of farming on stream, I think. Because the little animal, the centipedes and stuff do not give much XP. Yeah, there's no way I'd survive in market alone as a magic deceiver. So, yeah, that's definitely not happening. Yeah, but you enter the marketplace at level 4. It's just not happening. Not unless I do like extreme cheese, which I don't do. Yeah, getting to name the spells is fun. I only play turn-based mode, which makes kiting very difficult. Kiting is a lot easier to do outside of turn-based mode. There's one fight that I do... no, I don't think there's any fights I do that are not turn-based mode. Time Manipulator's cool, but to support adjacent for your taste? Yeah, that's fair, Jusu Sermon. It's kind of a shame that Sela is a paladin. Because I'd love to do some sort of paladin build at some point. I mean, I suppose I could just not run with Sela. Paladin's just a fun class for me. Problem is, it would have to be... Oh god, it would have to be... Angel or Gold Dragon, I think. I suppose it could be a lawful good Aeon as well. Do Tortured Crusaders still have the alignment, condition? Yeah.
Oh. My, you startled me. It's miles away.
Hey, Elenim, thank you for the raid. How's it going, buddy? Thank you, thank you. Don't forget, we're doing, I think it's tonight, right? What is today? Wednesday? Yeah. We're doing Age of Wonders 4 tonight, right? Sweet. Got walled by the final boss. So did D-Man last night. That was fun to watch. D-Man's current run is all Berserkers, which very funny. Alright. But yeah, welcome everyone. I'm doing some Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. It is a D&D adjacent game, and today I am just planning out builds for when I likely start Saturday. It is possible that the poll on my YouTube will change between now and then, and I will end up doing like Baldur's Gate 1 or something instead. But as it stands, Wrath of the Righteous is leading, so I am just kind of planning out builds. Like the nickname's Tortured Crusader, the Sad Dad Paladin? Yeah, that's fair. I have this really bad mental block where anytime I go a full caster, this spell exists, so why would I choose anything else? I hate it. I hate it so much. Weird, why do you exist as a spell? Why do I have to have an AoE insta-kill? You ruin all of the other fun spells for me. I could do like a full support ground for a transmuter build. play Thessalonian Specialist with Illusion Forbidden School. No more weird. Yeah. Yeah. But no, I could do a full support brown fur transmuter build and just turn like all my party members into like dragons or something. That could be interesting. Just use Dragonkind 3 on everybody with full brown fur transmuter buffs and everything. I feel like the screen would look very busy at all times. But it would be kind of funny. And it definitely wouldn't be meta. I mean, the brown fur transmuter thing is kind of meta, but not this route with it. Basically kaijus? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. If I was doing a brown fur transmuter, and I was going for transforming my allies into dragons, what mythic path would I go? I could use Azada to spread the buffs faster with zippy magic, I guess. Alright, it is time for ads. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone when I return. Lich for caster level and duration, etc. Even if I want to boost my own attributes. Yeah, you know, that's fair. My only problem with Lich is every time I go Lich, I'm like, I want to use the undead companions, and they just don't have the same flair. Oh, I have an idea for Brown Fur Transmuter now. Okay. I'll mention it once the ads are done. Alright, the ads are finished. We are back. And my idea for Brown Fur Transmuter is complete, I think. It would be a Lich run for caster level and bonuses, etc. to allies. I would... Okay, hear me out. I would choose only the least meta companions. Think Greyboar, Regil, who are some of the other, like, ones that aren't commonly used? Woljiff, etc. I would choose those as my team, my squad. And I would turn them all, buff them all up, turn them into dragons, let them loose. Trevor, yep, Trevor. Let them loose, and, that could be fun. Yeah, Ulbrig is a dragon. I think as well, I'd be able to turn the dragons undead as a Lich. Which would then let me heal them as a Lich as well. On the Lock Companions? What do you mean by the Lock Companions? Oh, the Lich Companions. Yeah, I could probably turn them into dragons, but they're not as fun. They don't have dialogue. Am I able to use Dragonkind 3 on animal companions? Things that I should probably test at some point. But yeah, that's definitely a build idea that I could do. White Mage sounds funny. We gain spontaneous healing. Is our spell list any different? No. We just get the spontaneous healing thing. That's so dumb. Nature Mage. This one could be interesting. Yeah, White Mage is discount cleric. I need to start using Winter's Grasp more. Like, I know it's a good spell. I just never end up using it. Alright, so for sure I have my Angel to Swarm Oracle, and I have my Aeon into Devil Sanctified Slayer as things to play. I have... Let's make a Magus. I want to make a Magus that works. I want to spend the time. I want to make a Magus that works. The question is, what, if any, what should it be? Should it just be basic Magus? Could I go Arcane Rider? Does that even lose anything? Some bonus feats? But then I get different bonus feats? I lose out on medium armor and heavy armor? And spell recall? Okay, that's a little painful. Demon Bloodline Magus into Demon Mythic. Yeah, it can. Can't most of them? Isn't Dimension Strike just a universal Magus Arcana? Yeah. Alright, I want to look at the bloodlines here real quick. I don't care about any of this. I just want to look at the bloodlines game. Stop. Alright, here we are. Abyssal Bloodline, Spell Dancer, and Bladebound. I'll look at those here in a minute. I get Grow Claws, Abyssal Bloodline Arcana. Hold up here. Do I get a Naga form with any of these? Wait, which one was it that had the Naga form? Yes. I can be a Naga Magus. Because I know the noodle looks absolutely ridiculous. It would solely be for the laughs. Yeah, yeah. I'd probably end up doing the one-handed in casting. Possibly. Mostly because of Arcana Theft. Arcana Theft is a fun spell. Alright, so we wanted Spell Dancer. That was one that we were looking at. Or that we wanted to look at. Gains the ability to expend 1 point from his arcane pool as a swift action to gain +10 enhancement bonus to his movement speed. Dodge bonus to AC against attacks of opportunity specifically. And for every 4 levels beyond first... okay. That doesn't seem amazing. You get pretty fast, but that's about it. Okay. Yeah, it seems very niche. Not really doing much here. But what's the other one? Bladebound? Bladebound is one that's interested me as well. It's always been a fun thematic one from like tabletop. Powerful sentient scimitar called a Black Blade. Communicate with it. What do I lose? A bonus feat? The capstone of True Magus. Instead I get True Bond. I actually don't lose much here. A couple Arcanas. Okay, so +1 enhancement bonus at 5th level and every 4 levels thereafter. Okay. 3rd level's a free action. Bladebound Magus can spend 1 action point from his arcane pool to grant the Black Blade a +1 bonus on damage. Okay. I can release it, and it does things. I'll check out Hexcrafter here in a minute. And then Changeable Gist. Bladebound Magus can spend 1 point to change the type of all damage dealt to him by using the Black Blade, or damage dealt by the Black Blade itself. Okay. Life Drinker. This is the big thing. Is it? No. This is not the big thing. This just gives temp HP, which is kind of worthless. Thematically, it's cool. In practice, it looks kind of meh. Hexcrafter, what do we get? I lose all but 1 Arcana. That's already like a big nope. I gain hexes instead. Oh, these are hex arcanas. So I can still get Dimension Strike. Okay, that's not that bad. They can be hexes or Dimension Strike. Okay, that actually seems kind of strong. Spells. None of these are really super useful. Hex Magus. Yeah, I get access to hexes. This one's actually way cooler than I thought it would be. But I think I'm torn between Magus and Sword Saint. Eldritch Scion would be cool, but it just loses so much for so little gain, I feel. Well, what all does it lose? Spell combat, greater spell combat, and... But then we get, like, those up here. Well, we get improved spell combat. We don't get greater spell combat. It doesn't look like. Oh no, that's here. So they just get shifted to later. They don't actually get lost. We lose Arcanas, but we gain, like, other Arcanas that we can do. I only really lose Spell Recall? Huh. This could be okay. I'd need to figure out what bloodline I want. And this would probably be going... Azada? The charisma casting score and all that would pair nicely with Azada's shenanigans, I feel. Just gonna go through the motions. I do just want to look at the bloodlines again. What does Arcane Bloodline get me? DCs? Full power. I don't really care about that. Abyssal Bloodline was the one that was suggested before, and I kind of looked at it. But I didn't look at it super closely. Claws? I don't think this stacks with Beast Totem. That would be a small downside. I don't want the Rage. Maybe I do. I'd probably be Strength Charisma based. What does this give? Strength of the Abyss. Was that the level 20? Demonic Might? Oh, here it is. 2 inherent bonus to strength. I was gonna say 2 inherent bonus to strength. That doesn't stack with the tome. And then I saw that it increased to 4 at 13, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of nice. And I saw it increase to 6 at 17. I'm like, oh, that's even nicer. Screw the tome. Yeah, no, that's just +2 to hit over and damage over a tome. That's like an extra heroism, essentially. An extra good hope at that for hit and damage. And I get wings for AC. I'll look at some of the others, but Abyssal Bloodline is growing on me. What was its level 20? I looked at it like 6 times, and immunity to electricity and poison, resistance to acid, and okay, that's just. I remember why I forgot what it was, because it didn't exist. It does, but it doesn't. Okay, array for damage and or healing. That's kinda neat. Celestial resistances. I get bless. Yeah. Well, so, Eldritch Scion is a spontaneous caster, I'm pretty sure. Which means I would be able to just use one of the rings that, or like, one of the rings that converts to an element. Like, the electric ring from Blackwater. And then use, Mythic element. That would be the thought process there. But honestly, most of the spells that I would be casting will literally just be Arcana Theft. Like, when I say I'm casting spells in melee, I mean I'm using Arcana Theft and slapping them with my sword and stealing their buffs. That's what I mean when I say I'm casting spells in melee. Or like early game, I am. Oh, Eldritch Scion. Does Eldritch Scion give up cantrips? Or does it just not show the cantrips? Because having the cantrips is kind of nice, because I can just use Touch of Fatigue or whatever repeatedly. Alright, back to looking at this, because I keep getting distracted. Deflection bonus to AC, resistance, okay. For 1 minute. I can use this ability a number of times per day equal to my Eldritch Scion level. Remove Curse. Wings, Sunburst, Ascension. Destined Bloodline. Touch of Destiny. Okay. That's kind of whatever. Shield is nice. That's kind of whatever. Freedom of movement is nice. This feels negligible at best. Bitter heroism's always nice. And foresight's nice, but and then all these dragon ones will be essentially the same. Just for their respective element. And then all of the elemental ones will be essentially similar, just for their respective element. And this is the one that allows you to convert damage to a specific type. Okay. Yeah, it was like some budget divination wizard stuff. Like, you go to a divination wizard shop that looks run down, and you're expecting third rate, and you go in there and it's like budget third rate even. What does the Infernal Bloodline Arcana do? Charm sub-school, protection from good. Power of the Pit. I mean, if I go Azada, I have some charm spells, but yeah. Not good for this. So, the ones I'm looking at here are Abyssal, Abyssal for the Abyssal Strength, and the claws will be nice early. They kind of fall off later when I get Scald online. Well, no, not even, because they still do some damage. They still have, like, some added damage on top of it. Strength of the Abyss is good. And Demonic Might is okay. Unholy Aura is kind of whatever. Wings is always good. Celestial Bloodline's kind of nice. I get some decent spells. I get Wings, Ascension. It's not like amazing. Heavenly Fire's okay. Abyssal Bloodline's probably just better. And then I'm actually seriously contemplating Serpentine Bloodline. Because I get a bite. Which, the poison part of it is irrelevant. But it does 1d4 points of damage plus strength modifier, and I am a strength build. It would stack with the claws that I would get from the beast totem. And I can meme with Naga shape in the late game. Like, in town. Probably never outside of town, but you know. Oh yeah, I also get Frightful Aspect. That's actually kind of big. And Polar Midnight. Polar Midnight's also pretty big. Because there's a lot of enemies that have, like, no dexterity that you can just instantly kill with Polar Midnight. You know, that's a fair point. I don't know if I do. I don't know what they, if they come in at... Because these are... Are these just sorcerer bloodlines? I don't know. If they come in as level 6 spells, then yeah, I do. If not, then... What are they even doing? Like, it shows that they come in. I just imagine it would end up as, like, my 6th level spells. I don't know. They come in with 0 casts? Oof. That sucks. Makes sense, but it sucks. Then yeah, it would just be the Abyssal Bloodline. Alright, so if I'm seriously considering this... It says I lose cantrips. Do I gain... Oh, I gain other cantrips. Spontaneous casted cantrips. Touch of Fatigue. Hold up. Oh no, I still have Spell Strike. I was worried I lost Spell Strike for a moment there. So, if I went base Magus, there is actually a funny, kind of exploity thing I could do with the, Spellbook Merge mod and, Spell Recall. Where, because it merges the Spellbook with the Azada Spellbook, you have that Azada, spell that like refreshes all of your spells, and then you can use things like, what is the thing that, is it spell blending? No, there's something here that allows you to use like your arcanas to get spells back, and then there's like a spell that allows you to gain, or something that allows you to gain Arcana on kill or something, and you can just kind of loop it so you have infinite spells. That's kind of a funny thing you can do with Spellbook Merge and Base. But since I'd be going Eldritch Scion instead... I would not get spell recall, and I would not be able to do that, those shenanigans. Which is probably for the best. That would feel really cheaty. I want a strength and charisma. Lesser restoration's okay. I could also just go human and get an extra feat. But I think I'm going to need an extra feat. I'm going to be using... probably a scimitar. Was the... Okay. I was trying to remember if, this Sword Saint was the one that I was attempting to make work with, Vital Strike, after Vital Strike was, like, nerfed into the ground. It was not. What race was I here? Human? So that I got the... Right, this was a, Dex int-based one for trying to get really high AC. Alright. I'm going to make a copy, and this is going to be Azada Eldritch Scion. Yeah, pretty much. So what all feats do I need? I probably want Cleave and improved cleaving finish. Not necessarily improved cleaving finish. The thing that allows me to keep slapping people if I kill them. If I play something like Rogue Trader offline, like if I personally do it or if somebody in general does it. Because playing it offline, like off Steam, shouldn't affect the saves, or like mess up the saves at all. Unless Steam, unless you have, yeah, you have, Steam Cloud turned on then. I don't know. It really depends on what Steam Cloud decides to do. Sometimes Steam Cloud will be like, oh, hey, you played offline, let's, upload it. And then, you know, it will update it so that when you know, it'll update the cloud saves to what your offline saves were. Other times, it's like, oh, hey, there's a mismatch. We're gonna download the old saves, and you'll just lose, like, a day's worth of progress. I hate Steam Cloud. It's so annoying. If it was consistent, I wouldn't care. But it is not consistent, in my experience. So let's see, I could go... If I go Angelkin, what other options are there? If I go Tiefling, is there a Strength Charisma here? Strength and Charisma. Stone Call? Nah, I'm good. Oh, you won't lose a 60-hour run. You'd lose, you know, the 3 or 4 hours that you play. At max. It's like a coin toss on whether you lose the, you know, whatever you're going to play today offline. So, I go Angelkin, and I get Strength and Charisma, or I go Human and I get an extra feat. And extra skill points. And I want Cleave, and I want Cleaving Finish. Probably. I think if you disable the cloud saves in the Steam app, you won't lose anything, though your saves will be only local. Yeah, that might work. Human is probably better. Yeah, I know it is. Human's just not the fun race, you know? Where do I go here? I forget what all the good ones are. Could just go Pickpocket for the bonus to initiative. That's probably relevant since I'm a strength-based and I don't have dex for squat. Where's the gnome magus? I'd have to be an int-based at that point. I'd have to be, like, regular magus. Rose. Why is it suggesting dex? I'm not a sword saint. Gnomes are charisma? Wait, what? Constitution and Intelligence. DC saving throws against Necromancy. Trickery. Charisma and Intelligence. I've been lied to. I mean, this is Charisma and Intelligence, but minus Strength. Yeah. That doesn't sound accurate. I've played a lot of 3.5 games, and they've always been int. That's why I thought it was int. Maybe I'm just thinking of the 2 games I play the most frequently, which is Wrath of the Righteous and then Dungeons & Dragons Online, where they're int there as well. Okay, now I have to look this up. Rock Gnome, +2 con, minus strength. Deep Gnome. Dex and Wisdom, minus Charisma. That's Neverwinter Nights 2. +2 Constitution, minus Strength. No Charisma. So yeah, they're like Constitution and sometimes Intelligence or Wisdom and never Charisma. In 3.x. Yeah, Wrath of the Righteous, I have like 2k hours in, almost. Yeah, I don't know what race you're thinking of, but it's not Gnome that gives Charisma. At least not according to either of the wikis. I don't think Gnome is a Baldur's Gate race, is it? Int and minus Wisdom? That is a very weird thing to get in Kingmaker. Yeah, no, you're right on Kingmaker. That is so weird. Let's check the official Pathfinder 1E here. Okay. How do I... Races. Gnomes. Huh. Alright. Base Pathfinder 1E, they do get Constitution and Charisma. That is very weird. But I now know at least where you got that from. They might be Constitution and Charisma in Wrath of the Righteous too. And the reason I'm not seeing that is because of tabletop tweaks. Yes, that is in fact what is going on. Okay. We figured it out. Yep, it's because tabletop tweaks. Which is weird. Tabletop tweaks is supposed to make it more akin to tabletop. And yet it removed the tabletop one as base. I don't know, that's a little weird on me, for me. I ruined gnomes. I made them D&D-esque instead of Pathfinder-esque. Oh no. Gnomes are too powerful in base game. They needed a kick in the nuts. Wow. Poor gnomes. They deserve better than that. Regula's best character. Alright. I'm using a scimitar. Is there anything that gives scimitar here? That's rapiers. I could use a rapier instead of a scimitar. But then I'm competing with Camellia. So I feel like a lot of the rapiers are better suited for a Magus than it is for her. So maybe I'm not. Heck yeah. Can't blame ya. Gnome Charisma Caster sounds fun. Wait. Weapon proficiency scimitar. Character already has the class skill, weapon proficiency or armor. Proficiency granted by the selected background for her class will give a +1 trait bonus in case of skills, or +1 trait bonus in case of weapon proficiency. +1 versus, saves versus demons. Yeah, if I was doing that, though, I'd go pickpocket for the initiative. I was just thinking +1 to hit is kind of nice early on for a class that isn't full base attack bonus. Okay, I will be athletics and UMD and persuasion. That'll do. That is hilarious. Alright. So let me see here. Coming out here, we want human, we want Corsair. What kind of Corsair is that? Shackles Corsair. I can close that. And then this also gives mobility and athletics. So I actually have like an insanely high starting athletics. 4 from strength, 3 from skill, +1 trait. I will need nobody else for athletics. Back to finding paths. How's it going, Alpi Kutka? Hope all's well. Been a long time. Hope you, yeah, hope everything's going well for you. I held a poll on my YouTube, and, this is what appears to be winning. For anyone who is newish here, there is a poll on my YouTube for what I play next. I will be deciding definitively on Saturday. But since this is winning at the moment, I'm doing some theory crafting. I could do it could end up being Baldur's Gate 1 though, which if it is, I'm going to spend my 2 days off trying to relearn D&D 2E. I'm going to take improved initiative. That's just always good. Improved initiative. And then we get... What else is there that we could want? Early weapon focus? Can I not take weapon focus yet? Hold up. Does weapon focus require a base attack bonus? Wait, what is going on here? Yes, it requires a base attack bonus. Yeah, sorry, I'm partially blind. My IRL perception score is somewhere in the negatives. Possibly in the negative double digits. I don't know. I have a Lich, technically, on a hard last Azlanti from last October that is in Act 4. I'm just not feeling it right now, and it feels like it would be weird to just jump in at Act 4 suddenly. So I'm going to, attempt again, and I'm currently theory crafting a couple different builds. I currently have a... where did it go? Modded, melee Oracle Swarm build. It's going to be going Angel until, Act 5, where it will go Swarm. And to keep this one interesting, instead of just it being, oh, hey, Angel Oracle, oh, you know, super easy, I'm going to, after the prologue, I'm going to solo the game with the character up on Hard Last Azlanti, up until the Lost Chapel, and then I will try and just kind of blitz through the rest of Act 2, Act 3, and Act 4, and then go get to the part where I'm solo again as a swarm. And then I also have a Devil Inquisitor, Sanctified Slayer Inquisitor, specifically. That I have planned out as well. It'll be going Aeon into Devil. So that could be fun too. And now I'm currently working on making an Azada Eldritch Scion. Just so I have some builds to rotate between as they die. Keep things interesting. Not just the exact same thing repeatedly. Swarm is never alone. True. Alright, that said, ads are about to play. They play for 3 minutes on Twitch. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses any content. And I will catch everyone after my bathroom break. Yeah, it's finished, and I have come to the realization that this game does not kick out nearly as much heat from my computer as Rogue Trader does, and my room is freezing right now. Maybe I need to increase the FPS cap on this so it kicks out a little extra heat for me. Eesh. Alright, improved initiative. What else was I going here? I could go for extend. Extend will be nice eventually. And I don't see anything else that's, like, really super useful here. So I will just grab the early extend and hold on to it for later. So improved initiative, extend, and then over here, I'm going Abyssal Bloodline for the extra strength that we get. And then I want Shield. Annoyingly, we don't get Mage Armor as a Magus. Hold up here. What is the capstone? What does level 20 net me? Great Beast, don't care about that. Perfect Body, could give like 8 stats across the board somewhere, which is nice. True Magus. This is just worse than Perfect Body, Flawless Mind. I could opt for a level of Witch for the ability to throw Mage Armor on myself. But I'm probably just going to use Heavy Armor, honestly. And then I'll probably just pick up Perfect Body, Flawless Mind. It is a novel problem. I don't usually run into this issue when streaming. Usually I have the opposite problem where I'm sweating my ass off and I'm very uncomfortable. And, boy, that is not the case right now. If I have light armor proficiency, the light armor mythic is +5 to... Ooh. Ooh. That's kind of nifty. I will look into that. I will look into that. We want shield, and we want... shield, and... shock and grasp eventually. Do I need that right now? Kind of want long arm, honestly. Long arm's kind of fun. So is enlarged person. Clearly I go true strike. One dip for the Slayer Arcane Enforcer and use the Armored Mask instead? Nah, I'm good. It is a very funny idea, though. I'll take shield and... yeah, I'm not going to be using shock and grasp at level 1. So I'll use enlarge person. That nets me the size bonus to strength and whatnot. Yeah, well, I mean, since I have the alternate capstones, +8 to strength is kind of nice. That's +4 to hit and damage for a level. Expeditious Retreat, because that's what I'll be doing in Chapter 1. Kinda. Green Faith, because it makes lepers smile, not absolutely awful. We'll go neutral good to start with, and we'll shift to chaotic good. I miss Rogue Trader's graphics. I'm not usually a graphics snob, but, you know, I'll just take this one. Slicked back hair, sure. Good enough. Yeah, we'll go with that for the test character.
Ready.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
No, God, why does it have to be Co-Carnage? Nothing against Co-Carnage. He's fun, I watch his stuff on occasion. Just, I can't unhear that it's Co-Carnage.
Let us be off. Adventures await. You're done for. I won't give up.
This sounds kind of old for what I'm going for. It's just a test character. None. Good enough. Did I not make this? This doesn't have the right, Oh god. That was intended to be... inevitable access. We'll just ignore that happened. And we'll just quickly go through this again. They're not. Co-Carnages are actually pretty good. Just, once again, I cannot, for the life of me, just, every time I hear it, I picture Co-Carnage. His face in my head. And I just cannot. Athletics, Persuasion, UMD. Over here, it was Improved Initiative. And then it was Extend. Click it, please, thank you. Abyssal Bloodline. Shield, enlarge, Bartholomew the Magus. He is going to be my forever test character picture, just so that I am absolutely certain it's a test character every time I, like, if I go to delete something or whatnot. He will be used for nothing else. Neutral good. This needs to be 19. 19. 10. 12. 10. 16. Athletics. Persuasion. UMD. There we go. Eldritch Scion. Strength. There we go. You'd probably use Tartuccio for that purpose. Yeah, you know, that's fair as well. This one's just easy because it's the very bottom photo.
I'm always ready.
Okay. There we go. This looks better.
The architect of the world.
Okay. Eldritch Scion. And then we grab Long Arm. And here I will grab... Ooh, what do I grab here early on? Hold up here. Before I continue further, I just had a memory unlock. I need to go double check on something. I feel like I recall Eldritch Scion not being able to use spell combat if his spells are meta-magicked. Sorry, spell strike, specifically. Okay, I would have to use an Arcana metamagic or a Rod. I'm okay with just using rods for my offensive metamagics. I am a-okay with that. So, what am I grabbing here? Weapon focus? Where's Simi? Is Simi under Heavy Blade, Scimitar? Okay, weapon focus. Oh, hold up here. Long Arm gets to go over here. And then this is Weapon focus. Simi. And arcane accuracy, probably. Okay. And then I can finally take Shocking Grasp. And because I'm using Weapon Focus Plus as a mod, if I decide that I'm not enjoying Spell Strike combat, I can always swap over to like a Great Sword or a Falchion or something like that, and use that instead, and just play as a buff and slap instead. Okay, here I will take Blur. This is level 4. Blur, Mirror Image, and Glitter Dust. Because there are some annoying invisible enemies in the marketplace. Blur, Mirror Image, Glitter Dust. Okay. Over here. We get another feat. And we get outflank. Negative. I'm not gonna get the ability to use cleave and cleaving finish and all that, am I? Until like way in the late game. I'm noticing. Because we are going to want combat reflexes for when we get outflank. And you know, I'm gonna have low dex, but I'm going to have dex gear and dex skills and all that eventually, so it's still good. Combat reflexes. Oh, right, we get a bonus feat. Okay, that makes things better, actually. In fact, because of that, I will take power attack and cleave. Forgot about those Magus bonus feats. That helps a lot. Not gonna lie. Alright, here... What do I want? Effortless armor? Tempted for effortless armor. I'm also tempted on Monkey for a 4 competence bonus on athletics checks for... Because I'm the athletics person in the group. Or Raptor for extra movement speed. Invisibility is also good. But not like greater invisibility will be just so much better. Could go Frigid Touch. Frigid Touch is always going to be useful to me. Frigid Touch. Okay. This is level... Oh, this is level 5. Shit. There we go. Frigid Touch, and its power attack and cleave. Okay, that's fine. We grab Enduring Blade, I think, here. Yes. We definitely do Enduring Blade. And then... what do I do here? Bear's Endurance. That's just Constitution. Cat's Grace. Where's my Bull's Strength? Oh, I already have it. From the Abyssal Bloodline. Okay. You know what? I'm okay with that. We like Abyssal Bloodline here. In that case, I will go Effortless Armor. Level 6 is... Effortless Armor. Let's go Mythic Rank 1. Always close to the heaven, because petrification sucks on Last Azlanti. It's unfortunate, but that's the only option that exists. At least that's how it feels. And then I will go Last Stand over something fun, because I feel like this build is going to need it. And get Cleaving Finish. This is the outflank level, though. I still don't understand why they didn't ever make... like, in all the patches they did, they never once decided, hey, let's make outflank a recommended for anything melee. They really should have. Here I will go Expeditious Retreat. Level 7 is Outflank, and then Expeditious Retreat into Haste. Displacement. Keen Edge. Magic Weapon Greater. I'm probably using Finian. True, true. I just feel like, you know, it would have taken very little effort to modify the recommended after, like, I don't know, 2 years of the game being out, let alone however long this has been, and just make them actually useful recommendations. I'll go... Keen Edge doesn't stack with Improved Critical, but I don't have Improved Critical yet. This doesn't stack with the Magic Weapon, and Finian will eventually be a +5 anyway. There's no great option here. Anything I take... well, oh, Vampiric Touch. There we go. Haste, Displacement, Vampiric Touch. That'll do her. I think I'm usually around level 8 on the second mythic rank. So I'll go to 8 first. And then... what do I grab here? Magic Weapon Greater? Sure. Or Cloak of Winds. This will only be a +2. And I'll be in Act 2, so Finian will be a +2. Yeah, no, Magic Weapon Greater is not going to do anything for me. Cloak of Wind. Cloak of Winds, sure. Okay. Mythic 2. I have a lot of options here for Mythic 2. It's a shame I can't take improved critical Mythic here. Could take Weapon Focus Mythic, I think. Do I get improved Weapon Focus? And let's just take another Mythic ability. Okay, so is it a Mythic feat? The light armor one? Sorry, that's extra feat. I want Mythic. Someone called Assault. Mythic Assault. Armor Focus Mythic. While wearing light armor, you add your Mythic rank to the maximum dex bonus. All attacks made against you have... okay, it's not that. Not this. I don't know what light armor thing known as the Rat was talking about. Light armor mythic? I'm just not finding it. I guess it has to be a feat, but I didn't see it there either. Ooh, what does this do? Oh, that's for multi-classing? Gotcha. It should still show up here, though, as a, Where is it? Armor focus? Armor focus mythic? I only see the avoidance and the endurance for this. Unless there's a third option, it's just not showing it because the UI is garbage as usual. Alright. Let me... Mythic armor focus, assault, light armor. While wearing light armor and wielding a melee weapon that can be used with weapon finesse, you gain an equipped armor bonus on attack and damage rolls equal to half your armor's AC. Okay. That's nice, but it requires me to be using a finessable weapon, which a scimitar is not. Not natively. I'd have to take a Dancing Dervish or whatever. It is cool, though. It is cool. I will likely be going heavy armor and then using Armor Master. Probably not even Armor Master, just Armored Might. Treat the armor bonus from armor as 50% higher than normal. This one's kind of nice. This one's also kind of nice, but not as needed. I mean, I'll probably still be getting some dexterity bonus out of it. I could see myself having a +8 item, +2 from a tome. Trying to think if there's any other sources of dexterity I'd be getting. So, I mean, this could still be something if wearing, like, adamantine full plate or something. But for now, what am I going? Enduring? Probably enduring. I could go Mythic Element Electric or something. Ascended Element Electric. For Shocking Grasp, and then I can convert everything to Shocking or Electric damage later. But I don't think I need to do that yet. A lot of times I'll be casting Vampiric Touch or Touch of Fatigue, and I'll just be buffing other than that. I don't think I need that yet. I think I'm better off getting, like, Enduring and Greater Enduring online. So I can come back over here. Enduring, Greater Enduring, yep. Level 9. I think I'm gonna be 10 when I finish taking the city. Uncertain, though. Oh, yeah, that Mithril medium armor. I kind of forgot about that one. Yeah, you're right. Hold up. Back to the Kingmaker wiki. Mythic armor focus avoidance? You had half your strength bonus to your AC instead of your dexterity bonus. Oh. And it's not limited by the maximum dexterity bonus allowed by your armor. I'm gonna go that. That sounds very nice. Yeah, yeah. They've done a good job of fixing that, at least. I can't improved critical here, right? What does this require? Base attack bonus of 6. I want the cleaving finish, but I also want like a billion other things. When's my next bonus feat? Here? I'll take cleaving finish here. Magus Arcana, Dimension Strike. That's not even a question. What level is this? 9? Am I sure I can't take improved critical here? Okay. The reason Sword Saint can is because they get to treat fighter level, or their level is fighter levels for base attack bonus beats and shit. That's right. Alright, yeah, cleaving finish and dimension strike. Cleaving finish. Dimension strike. That'll be nice at least. And then we get another level 3 spell. I will take Keen Edge because maybe I take Keen Edge earlier, since I'm not gonna have access to improved critical for a long while. Hold up here. I will Keen Edge at 8. I think 8 was a yeah, 8 was. It was a Cloak of Winds. So I'll Keen Edge there, and then I will put Cloak of Winds on 9. Keen Edge. Cloak of Winds. That'll do. Magus is very feat-starved, I'm noticing. I'm very tempted to take a level of fighter instead of the capstone. I'd lose out on 8 strength, but I feel like it might be worth it. Pen. I'll go animal aspect. Animal aspect. And then we get Arcana Theft. My favorite. Invisibility Greater. Another fun one. And Dimension Door. Greater Invis. Dimension Door. Okay. And this will be when I get Mythic 3, we go Azada. I grab Greater Enduring. And I merge because Spellbook Merge mod. puts most of the mythic pads closer to Angel and Lich. And then I get I guess Corrosive Touch. You know what? Actually, I'll just do an X there. I don't care what the level 1 spell is. I also don't really care what the level 3 spell is, but I'll take Animal Aspect Greater. And then level 4 spells, I will take... Man, these suck. Elemental Body 1. And Shield of Dawn. No, not that. Enlarge Person Mass in Shield of Dawn. Shield. Okay, and then we get level 5s. Vampiric Shadow Shield. Man, these really suck. Magus, what are you doing with your spells? Why do they suck? Fire Snake. Cone of Cold. Okay. I at least get the good Azada spells. Then we come over here. And I get improved critical. Heavy blades. And then I can get weapon specialization, but I think I want Dazzling Display. What does Shattered Defenses require? Thanks, game. Nothing matches Shattered, huh? I don't believe that. Oh, it's Shatter, that's why. Yeah, I can get that. So, Dazzling Display. And then X and X, it doesn't matter. Level 12. I am feeling so feet starved. Magus Arcana, what am I grabbing here? Maximized Magic? Spell Blending? When a Magus selects this Arcana, he must select one spell from the Wizard spell list that is of a Magus spell level he can cast. He adds this spell to his spellbook and lists in list of Magus spells. Ah, okay. That'll be nice for later, not exactly right now. And I have... Greater spell access. Learn 6 spells of any levels from 1st to 6th from the wizard spell list. Places them into his spellbook. Alright. So I might not even need to grab spell blending. Which begs the question, what do I grab here instead? Hasted Assault. Prescient Attack. Devoted Blade. Yeah, I'll actually just go with the maximized magic here. And then X. It's level 12. Okay, I think I can get level 4 now of Mythic. Now, I want Abundant and everything, but I also want Improved Critical Mythic. Very badly. So, Improved Critical Mythic. And then... I could do Life Bonding Friendship. Because I have... Man, Life Bonding Friendship just looks good. I could get, like, Allied Spellcaster. I could get Seize the Moment, Shake It Off. Favorable Magic. At this and the next Mythic rank up, the Azada shares, we get, so I'd get 2, I would get 2 teamwork feats, and I'd be able to share my outflank, but everybody else would already have outflank, because this is like level 12, which is 5 levels later than I usually get outflank. I don't know. I'm just going favorable magic. Screw it. And then spells, I will get... Doesn't really matter. And then our level 6 spells, we have True Seeing. Dispel Magic Greater. And that's like all Stone to Flesh. So I can unpetrify people. Seeing Stone to Flesh and Dispel Magic Greater, yeah. And I think this is at level 12. So I can go through seeing Greater Dispel Stone to Flesh. Okay, I don't need it all the way over there. That's fine. Then we get to go back here. We are level 13. I get Shatter Defenses. The feet starvation is real. It doesn't really matter. Also doesn't really matter. So that was 13. Over here, I'll go 14. Which is also an X. Then we can get Mythic 5. I will go Abundant now. And why am I getting so many level 6 spells all of a sudden? Whoa, what is going on here? Heroism Greater. Oh, it's counting this as level 18 for Magus for some reason. That's funny. Alright. I'm okay with that. I could do Age Resistance here. So we want Heroism Greater. Angelic Aspect. Echolocation. Okay. This is 14. Can I type, please? Greater Heroism. Then Angelic Aspect. And Echolocation. Then we grab Protection from Energy Communal. Resist Energy Communal. Resist energy communal. And what is the final thing that I grab? Protection from arrows communal. That'll do. Alright, and it is time for ads once again. The ads will last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads on Twitch for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone when I return. Alright, the ads are finished. Let us continue on. Okay, then we get... it doesn't matter. Alright, here I have the Shatter Defenses. What do I want now? I think at this point I want to start getting the Spell Pen and Greater Spell Pen feats. Just to ensure that my, like, Arcana Theft land. Spell Pen. Bane Blade. Hmm. Okay, don't need more of that. That's fine. Let's go empowered magic. Sure. And then these can just be whatever. So this is spell pen and empowered magic. What level's this? 15. Okay. We go up in Mythic. I can get Improved Abundant. And then we get a superhero power or superpower. Incredible Might could be funny. What did I get here last time? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 11. Oh, the Zippy Magic was supposed to be here. Zippy Magic. That's what. X, V. Fill those back in. Yeah, he told me. He just needs to grind more. If you're that close with all Zerkers, he just needs to grind more. Alright, we will Zippy Magic here. Or Strength. What does Counter-Strike do? Oh, that's neat. This is Mythic 7. I don't need Archmage armor. I will take Armored Might, however. Could also do Ascendant Element. But like at this point, most of the time it's probably going to be like Vampiric Touch and Arcana Theft. I'm going to take Armored Might. Surviving is more important. Things will die eventually. Armored Might. 16, 17. Oh boy. Cleave. Moved cleaving finish. Oh god, that requires Great Cleave. Alright, I'm just grabbing regular cleaving finish. That's probably fine. I should have just not done any of those, probably. It's just not needed. Armor focus. Heavy armor focus. Magus bonus feat. Greater weapon focus. Heavy blades falchion. Heavy armor focus. Greater weapon focus. Yeah, he probably could. But, I mean, you have a lot more knowledge about the game than he does, too, so... Not that you're able to use any of it, really, outside of having stolen some items. Google. Yeah, that's fair, too. 18... Baneblade. Okay, over here, we continue down Azada. Armor Focus Mythic. Avoidance. And then Supersonic Speed. Incredible Might. Or Life Bonding Friendship. I'm gonna go Incredible Might. I'm gonna go Life Bonding Friendship. Because, getting that there would do less. And I will grab Seize the Moment. And that'll be good there. Mythic Heavy Armor Avoidance. And these. Seize the Moment. Okay, then... It doesn't really matter what order I do these last ones here. We will continue Azada. And we are getting... Favorite Metamagic Extend. Do I even have... I have Extend, right? Yeah. I just don't have Heighten. I need Heighten. Shit. How do I not have that yet? Okay, then here I get Shake It Off. Allied Spellcaster. Allied Spellcaster is fine. Alright. And then Heighten. Heighten. I am going to go this, and we're just going to go Strength across the board. Gonna be sitting at 38 strength with, without any gear. 46 with a +8 item, which is relatively easy to get with, the DLCs. So that will be a +18 to strength for the mythic. What was it? It was I grabbed it, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Maybe I was grabbing it here. I'll go improved initiative mythic. Yeah, incredible might. That's what it was. Yeah, incredible might. So it will have a DC of 10 plus 10 plus 18. So 38 DC. Some things will fail that. Will they? Hello, Ivu. Alright. One moment here. I need to look at what the DC of my weird is, so I know what people are rolling against. What I am dealing with. I feel like 38's really low. But the extra damage into hit's still good, so that's still probably the call. Yeah, okay. 38 is, incredibly low. That's fine, though. Alright. That is going to be all for today's stream, though. There is, on my YouTube, once again, a poll for what game I'm going to play next. I will spend the next 2 days brushing up on 2nd edition knowledge, in case Baldur's Gate 1 wins. And Saturday, we will know for sure what I'm playing. If it is tied, like it was this morning when I woke up, then I will flip a coin on stream, or roll a d20, and, you know, top half will be Wrath of the Righteous, bottom half will be Baldur's Gate 1. And, yeah. Thanks again, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Just a reminder, the next 2 days I have off, and I hope to catch you all tomorrow. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button or subscribe button. Can you use your 500k points to cancel both? No. What were... Yes, sorry, Saturday. Did I say tomorrow? I'm tired. I did this this build crafting stream on like 2 hours of sleep. Yeah, I'll catch everyone Saturday. Have a good one.